Please be seated. This Honorable House has resumed its sitting. Honorable members, the floor is still open for debate on the Appropriation Act 2021. Haven't seen anyone that caught my eye and wishing to debate. I call upon the Minister of Finance. Okay, sorry, I'm now recognizing the Leader of the Opposition and Member for the 8th District, the Honorable Marlon A. Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make my contribution to 2021 budget appropriation. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that once I'm finished, we'll have many persons willing to speak. So I'll set the table for the... I'll try not to. Mr. Speaker, I sat here this morning and I listened to Honorable Premier paint a beautiful picture, beautiful rosy picture. I know the Premier is in the arts. I know he's in music. I heard him caroling these days, but I didn't know he was in painting too. It's worthy of a masterpiece from Picasso. Mr. Speaker, I'm somebody who tends to look at the glass half full, and as we went through this budget exercise and we went through this entire exercise over the last 3 weeks, and I weighed the circumstances on the ground throughout the territory. I tried my utmost best to match up what the reality of the numbers say and the reality of the businesses and the people on the ground, persons who, Mr. Speaker, because of no fault of anyone, and we all know the dynamics that we're living in, with COVID-19 and all the other associated issues. The budget does not reflect, in my perspective, and based on my analysis, and all the assessments that I've done with the numbers, the reality on the ground, and how that reality fits with the reality of persons who are struggling during this COVID-19 environment. Jessica, the budget to me lacks, and I heard the member from the second mention this earlier, a clear macroeconomic plan. To address the needs of the businesses on the ground, and overall a plan to really navigate this territory through the two most devastating periods in the history of our country. The 2017 disasters, the floods, and the two Category 5 hurricanes, and the pandemic. This budget is important and historic for many reasons, because this budget represents the bridge between those two disastrous periods in the history of this territory. This budget, Mr. Speaker, will transition this territory through the current period with COVID-19 and transition us in terms of the recovery of COVID-19. Speaker, there are two distinct issues that we always have to pay attention to and bear in mind as we navigate the challenges of COVID-19. It's the issue of the financial, issue of the health and safety, and the economics. And how can we find that equilibrium to ensure that we keep our people safe and that we're able to ensure that our policies reflect the financial situation that our businesses are going through and the level of financial hardship that many persons currently in the territory are experiencing. Speaker, the budget process, and I think it's important for me before I go into the specifics and the specifics surrounding this year's budget. We need to sort of set the table in terms of the overall budgetary process and the importance, as I mentioned earlier, of this budget as it relates to the transition that needs to happen between the process of going through COVID-19 and the process of getting the economy restarted. Mr. Speaker, the most singular important piece of legislation that any government passes in any cycle, any annual cycle that government's life cycle is a budget or Appropriations Act. It is important for us to set up, for me to set up, where we were, where this government took the handover process from this government going into the 2019 budgetary process. So, Mr. Speaker, let me take you and the listening public on a brief journey in terms of where we were just 17 months after three of the worst disasters ever experienced in the history of this territory. So, Speaker, 17 months removed from the floods of August 2017, Hurricanes Irma in September, and Maria shortly thereafter. We had an economy where financial services numbers moved from $170 million to $224 million, a $58 million increase coming off of the 2017 disasters. We had a situation where we had damages to our tourism and overall infrastructure to the tune of $3.5 billion. That's billion with a B. And we were able, during that period, to be able to recover tourism through strategic partnerships. More specifically, strategic partnerships with our stakeholders. And at that time, the catalyst was our stakeholders in the marine space, where we saw our numbers grow tremendously during that period. We had a handoff where our consolidated fund, that's the government's bank account, our reserve fund, and other funds had a combined balance of over 100 and close to $180 million, Mr. Speaker. We had an approved loan facility approved in December of 27. All this 17 months after the disasters of 2017 of $65 million geared towards addressing the infrastructural issues at the time and moving our physical infrastructure and economic development forward. So, Speaker, today, that is the sole financier of many of the projects that we see happening since 2017 here today. Just because you had, within 17 months, of one of the worst disasters ever experienced by this territory, the team at the Ministry of Health was able to put together a comprehensive housing plan and fund it and implement to address many of the myriad of needs that arise from the disasters of 2017. A structure that is now being used to facilitate additional situations that arise from the issues of housing infrastructure. This was done in 17 months. Mr. Speaker, we also had a largely negotiated, and I'm sure the lead negotiator will get up and speak his piece on this, $300 billion facility to facilitate the rebuilding efforts that we all know coming after those 2 or 3 major disasters would be important and critical for us to move our territory and economy forward. So, Mr. Speaker, as I said, these were initiatives, and the government of the day, February 25th, I think it was, the day when this administration took office with a solid footing, took office with it as if we were playing poker, and I heard that we've passed the gaming legislation has now been assented to. They took office with a royal flush, with all the key ingredients to move and build the economy forward. And Mr. Speaker, we're on the 3rd budget, but I think essentially it's 2 budgets, because I recall during the 1st budget exercise, it was dubbed a transitional budget. I think every member at the time got up and said that this is a transitional budget, and they didn't lay claim to it or own that budget. But based on the assessments that I've done and persons have done on the current budget, Mr. Speaker, we seem to still be transitioning. The transition as relates to a clear vision, a clear articulated plan from a microeconomic standpoint in terms of how we are now going to, fast forward 2020, address the economic situation on the ground as it relates to the challenges that our business community are facing. Challenges on whether to pay their suppliers, keep the lights on, or keep paying half salary to their employees. Challenges, Speaker, everybody can get a chance to speak. Everybody can get their turn to speak. Challenges as it relates to the kitchen table issues that families are facing. Challenges that we all every day on a daily basis have to address some or the other, try to assist as much as we can families in this territory who are struggling. A budget represents more than just the issue of maintaining government's operation. A budget represents the economic situation and addressing the economic situation on the ground in the territory. I'm finding it difficult, Mr. Speaker, and I think it's important for me to preface this, to understand how we're going to achieve these numbers that are outlined in the budget, considering, based on our recent announcement, that the tourism economy, which has been pretty much inactive for the last 8 to 9 months. We see now with the announcement of the transition of the seaports, which represents more than 80% of persons coming into the territory, which we foresee is going to create a significant hardship, particularly in that space. And we can't, and I don't foresee us recovering in that space until probably more so in the second half or late part of this year. So, Mr. Speaker, the absence of almost 60% of our GDP, this budget needs to represent, and I believe that we need to start to paint the picture in terms of how is this budget is going to address that GDP shortfall in the tourism space. How are we going to put the necessary policies in place that will stimulate that sector of the economy to get persons in this territory gainfully employed again? And it is even more startling to me, Mr. Speaker, when we had the standing finance process and we had the Labor Department before us. There wasn't a clear picture or any statistics support what the challenges were on the ground in terms of unemployment, in terms of the needs of persons, families on the ground, as legislators and persons who interact on a daily basis with persons who are experiencing severe hardship. We know that the numbers that were articulated are not the true picture of what the reality is on the ground. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll spend some time, Mr. Speaker, going in to some of the specifics and how those specifics, based on the raw data, Speaker, I crave your indulgence to reflect on some of the specifics in the budget itself, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, in particular, financial services sector. So, Speaker, we have seen over the last year the challenges that we've been experiencing with that sector. And based on the numbers that have been outlined in the budget for 2021, it is projected that that industry would see a $10 million increase over the next budgetary cycle. Mr. Speaker, as we assess and we look at that industry, we see the challenges that we're experiencing with beneficial ownership. We have seen year to date, 2018 to present, we've seen the decrease some $10 million decrease in terms of the numbers. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that we need to paint a more realistic picture in terms of our revenue and the level of revenue that we intend to generate. Speaker, additionally, I would like to look at the potential sources that we are proposing to generate additional revenue. Speaker, these revenue sources outline Speaker, you could bear with me as I try to pull back up this file. All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, specifically, we're projecting to plug the revenue gap with some $25 to $31 million through new revenue sources, namely through gambling legislation, through marijuana, medicinal marijuana, which is expected to bring in some $5 million. And through asset mining, Mr. Speaker. And I want to stick a pin in the issue of asset mining, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just outlined clearly the issues that we're facing with our businesses and with individuals in the territory during this very difficult time through COVID-19. We now have where businesses are asked, and I want to, it's been a swan song of the member for the second in terms of the outstanding revenue to government through various means. And I think it's important for us to find ways to collect that revenue. But we have to contextualize the situation currently that companies and businesses are facing, many of whom have gone through the disasters of 2017 and has also gone through and are going through the COVID-19 pandemic. And to insist on businesses to provide certain levels of good standing in order to renew their work permits and renew their employees to get their businesses restarted up and running, at this time, I believe is a little too much for businesses to deal with at this time. Just as we've put in place moratoriums for purchasing of land, I think we need to find a way to give those businesses a grace period, so to speak, to transition paying some of those bills currently. I'm suggesting a 6 months grace period to assist many of those struggling businesses to stabilize themselves, get themselves back on their feet, before that we instill additional hardship on them in terms of the payments. So they could find a way to get their businesses back up and running and back on stream. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, there needs to be additional support. While I agree that the stimulus that was put in place, I think it was $60-some-odd million, and $40 million came from Social Security. 6.5, I believe, was for the business sector. While some businesses were able to garner support for that, we have to look at the parity that happened with that business support and that relief that was given to businesses. For instance, you have a business with 25 to 50 employees who has severely been impacted by COVID-19, applied for support, and got support through the business support program of over $5,000. Speaker, there are those type of anomalies that we need to address, and we need to figure out a better approach to ensuring that businesses survive this period. So, Speaker, we have, and it's through the Trade Department and the Trade and Consumer Affairs, the Small Business Bureau. There was promised support to fund some type of loan program to assist businesses. I believe that businesses that are going through this current scenario with COVID-19 needs a more substantial support to help them transition. And even if it comes in the way of a loan interest loan to help support businesses during this period, we need to look at the possibilities of ensuring that we have some additional support. Say if we lose many of our long-standing business in this territory, because the agreed upon proposed stimulus was proposed for a 3 month period. The initial tranche of that stimulus was proposed for the first 3 months of the pandemic, March, April, May, and June. We are now 10 months in. Particularly our tourism businesses are experiencing extreme hardship, and there needs to be another mechanism to support them and help them transition through this process. Speaker, we additionally need to get additional support to the staff of those businesses, many of whom are currently struggling. I know every day we all experience the issues, and I know we were able to get some support to help to address some of the needs of those individuals. And we have, in many cases, tried our best to assist those persons. But when you assess the situation on the ground, Mr. Speaker, you realize the mammoth nature of the extent of the unemployment in our communities, the extent of the unemployment throughout the territory, and the need for this budget to reflect that reality. And how are we going to ensure that we get a level of stimulation in the economy that could get those businesses and get the economy moving again? Because the reality is that the best stimulus for us moving forward is to get a working economy and get the economy moving again. Mr. Speaker, I also want to delve a little deeper in terms of some of the items listed in this budget, some of the items that, as I try to grapple and grab my hands around the details of the budget and how this budget is going to impact the everyday lives of our people in this territory. Speaker, I want to look particularly at what is being proposed in terms of some of the projects and initiatives that we're seeing, specifically with the statutory organizations. So, Speaker, we have the Port Authority. And we see at the Port Authority there's plans to build the warehouse, which is desperately needed. I think it's something that we need to get done. The administration building and the Western Ferry Terminal. Mr. Speaker, when you dig in the numbers in terms of the finances, in terms of how are we going to achieve these projects, when you look at the current financial situation of the Port Authority, the Port Authority currently owes central government some $8 million, which I see in the budget is due to be collected. But your reality, financial reality of the port reflects that the port has $5 million in the bank. So how are we realistically going to achieve these things? I could see where the Western Port is going to be done, because that's going to be funded from the monies that were secured through the $65 million loan. Monies secured based on a vision to get the infrastructure and the economy back up and running. Mr. Speaker, are we going to privatize the port, Mr. Speaker? Is that our intent? Speaker, we have the Airport Authority. There's a CPI outlined in the airport authority's plans to expand the airport. Just because I looked and I just got an image of what is being proposed, and I'm hopeful that we will have proper consultation, public consultation, as someone who is from that community. I think it's important for us to have proper consultation in terms of what is being done or being proposed in terms of the expansion of the Beef Island Airport. Mr. Speaker, there's an image that runs a strip directly through the right side of the current airstrip. Speaker, based on this schematics, if this project is done, it would wipe out all the properties towards the west, all the properties on the east side of this thing, of this proposed development, and Hamstrick will be no more. It's interesting, and I hope that this is just wishful thinking, Mr. Speaker, and we will have a proper conversation or consultation in terms of what is being proposed there. Because I recall very vividly that there was a series of marches and led by some of us in this very house concerning a development that was proposed in the same Hamstrick facility, near Hamstrick's National Park. Are we saying that we're okay now that something that could potentially wipe out Hamstrick and all the adjacent businesses in that area is okay now? Are we saying that we're not going to have the level of consultation necessary for a project of this magnitude that is being proposed? Mr. Speaker, considering that just recently, the same airport authority had to cut staff because of financial constraints. Where are we going to get the financing? I see it's a CPI and there's a level of investment that is needed by the government. The budget does not reflect that reality. So we have to set the right expectation. We have to ensure that what we put forward, as this budget represents an important, as I said, is one of the, not the most important budget that this territory would experience going into 2021, 2022, because it represents that transition to get the economy back on track. Speaker, I want to talk a little bit now on the social safety net and the current strain that we're experiencing in terms of our social safety net. Speaker, a member before me spoke at length about the challenges with NHI, and I believe that, and I trust his professional judgment on that. And I think it is something that we have to find a way to manage the expenditure with NHI. And one of the areas that he raised is the issue of NHI being the prime cog for many of the providers locally. We have a situation where many persons, specifically in the trust companies, many government officials, many persons in government still carry two insurances. And there's nothing legally that I've seen, and if it's there, Minister, colleague, correct me if I'm wrong, that says that NHI has to be the primary provider. It's there? Because the reality is that we have to find a way to take the burden off of NHI. For me, I have private insurance as well, and when I insist on using my private insurance because I'm paying full cost on that private insurance. Nothing should restrict me from using that primary insurance to help ease the burden off and the abuse that is obvious with NHI. It's important that we do a comprehensive analysis of NHI, and I know that there is plans afoot to do that, and it's something that I support, and I believe it's important for us to ensure that that level of analysis is done to ensure that that facility survives. And it goes back to some of the issues that we're facing now, because yes, the $7-point-something million was paid to pay up the outstanding bills. But we have a situation right now where families who are underemployed, or many who are unemployed, are juggling with the decision whether to pay my health insurance, to buy food for myself and my families, or to keep the internet on so I could have homeschooling for my children. And additionally, these are hardships that the systems in which we're responsible for are putting on our citizenry. While COVID-19 has brought its challenges, the system has to move, and it's not necessarily always putting money in persons' pocket. The system has to be agile enough to ensure that persons get the level of support through the statutory obligations or transition or waiting period through those obligations. The system itself, the public service system, is creating more hardship for our citizens during this budgetary process, during this period, than anything else. We had a standing finance process, and the Electricity Corporation was before us. One bill that people typically pay in this territory is the electricity bill, because no one wants to be in the dark. There's one bill that we pay as a country and as a territory. We need to ease and give I appreciate the ease that was given to persons. I think that the number that we heard during standing finance was in the range of $100 and something thousand. But when you see persons are not paying a $40 electricity bill, it's because they cannot afford to pay. And then to tack on an additional fee on top of that bill, $10 on that $40 bill, represents more than 10% of that bill. We need to ease those additional fees on our citizens during this period. We need to find a way to ensure that persons who are going through this difficult period currently get that level of support, additional support. Now, I know we've given them some support, but when you look at the reality in terms of what the numbers represent. Tourism, the tourism sector represents 60%, 50 to 60% of our GDP. It is the biggest employer in the territory. So it says that the economic fallout is greater than we imagine. So you're essentially, the $40 million that we took to do the stimulus to plug a $400 million shortfall in the economy, in the GDP. So we have to find ways to ensure that those persons get a level of support, the level to help them transition, a level of support to help them transition through this period. So additionally, I too am really concerned about how we're treating persons as relates to their certificate of earnings. It's because almost on a daily basis, you have to deal with the issue of persons who are trying to get themselves regularized for no fault of their own. And the challenge that they have to deal with that level of regularization. I think we need a policy shift, Mr. Speaker, at least, again, a transitional period to help persons to deal with those issues. To help those persons who, on businesses, who are now trying to get themselves back up to anticipate some type of activity in the tourism space, to get the employees on the job. I know some of the businesses are employed, some of the businesses are have reopened, and it's been a challenge for many of them to get their employees on the ground because of some of the challenges that we've seen. Speaker, innovation. Speaker, the budget speaks a lot about innovation and the importance of innovation to help move the economy forward. Speaker, I would like to, I think the member for the second has been paying a lot of attention. I see he has an honorary technology degree. I think he understands very clearly the issues that we're facing as it relates to innovation in this territory. Speaker, systems are one thing. It's easy to buy systems and put systems in place. But we need a plan, an integration strategy. And I would like to commend the people and the staff that do it, and staff within the Minister Premier's office that was there, that's still there, some of them. When we were able to do some good work, and I want to commend the Premier for acknowledging that work, to ensure that we had a comprehensive strategy, a strategy that speaks to integration and speaks to how we're going to transform the government services, transform the territory as relates to ICT and technology. To that end, a position was established. I think it was CTU, I can't remember the name of the position. I think it was CIO, but the CIO position was taken. There was a director of technology position. In order for that innovation that we're speaking about to crystallize and materialize, it's important for us to ensure that someone is the driver of that process. There needs to be a champion to ensure that the level of integration that we speak about happens, to ensure the level of implementation that is necessary for these initiatives and these systems happen, and to ensure that we get the level of value for money. When we were there, Mr. Speaker, we were able to cut down over, I think it was, and I don't want to exaggerate, well over 100 different websites and systems within the government. And we're able to consolidate those systems within one portal. And that was done through the expertise within the public service. The next step now is to get someone to ensure that that process is driven, that there's a champion, there's someone to ensure that that process is implemented. Because we see through COVID-19 the importance of technology and the role that technology has played in the everyday lives of persons throughout the territory, and the importance of technology to drive the economy going forward. But all the innovation that we're talking about as relates to innovation through technology, when I look in the budget, Mr. Speaker, on the government, unless it has changed, and I didn't see any change on the draft C, I see $100,000. Under the Premier's office. That can't even pay the staff to drive the innovation. So we need to be serious and get serious as it relates to funding innovation. It sounds good to say that we'll do these things, but we have to ensure that we have the wherewithal within the financial of the budget. Am I mistaken, Mr. Speaker? Financials in the budget to support the innovation that we speak of. I also want to encourage us to push the innovation as relates to the innovative lab that was done under the Trade Department. An important initiative to get creativity flowing amongst our young people and get those creative juices flowing within that industry. So if we're talking innovation, we have to fund innovation. We have to put the monies in place to ensure that innovation materializes. And that is not reflected currently in this transitional budget that transitions us between COVID-19 and moving forward. Speaker, I want to raise a couple of points, specifically to two of our main economic pillars. So, Speaker, financial services for decades has been one of those last bastions where we all come in this honorable house and ensure that we do whatever we can and whatever we must to ensure that we protect financial services. Mr. Speaker, I'm becoming concerned that there seems to be a partisan approach to the way financial services and issues of financial services are handled. Mr. Speaker, we have pretty much an inactive board at the financial services at this point. Mr. Speaker, recommendation have been made for the transition of the leadership of that organization. And yet we're hearing nothing about it. Mr. Speaker, it's important that the sovereignty and the integrity of the regulatory process is free of political interference. And I hope that this is not the case with financial services. Department after department, during the standing finance process, I heard members, and rightfully so, members of the government talk about succession planning. What is your succession planning? We heard of the chief of police, we heard of the superintendent of prisons, and all the other persons who came before us in terms of what was their strategy for succession planning. Mr. Speaker, in terms of succession planning, the Financial Services Department is one of the few institutions that you could have picked from amongst 6 individuals there to run the institution. Because the mechanisms were put in place to ensure that the succession planning happened. And at this time, I want to commend the outgoing leader, Mr. Robert McTavish, Dr. Robert McTavish, for the work that he did to build, strengthen, and develop Virgin Islanders in our institution, to ensure that they had the capacity to know, strengthen them that they could be attorney generals, permanent secretaries, whatever they choose to be because of the leadership of that individual. And I want to ensure that I put that on the public record. Dr. McTavish is one of the greatest leaders that this territory has ever had. And I want to commend him. I know there's a series of events scheduled to honor him and the work that he has done in the industry. And I want to commend him publicly for the work that he has done to build that institution, to keep the integrity of that institution at a high standard, and to ensure that the sovereignty of the regulatory process remains strong and remains the envy of regimes around the world. But Mr. Speaker, I'm worried. I'm hoping that we're not going down a road and tinkering with these critical institutions. I think it's important for us to continue to strengthen our institutions. We talk a lot about that in this Honorable House, Mr. Speaker. The importance of these institutions and the importance of us as leaders to respect these institutions and do all we must to ensure that their integrity remains intact. Mr. Speaker, we need to ensure that the leadership, not just at this institution, but all the major statutory institutions are in place. The port came before us. They themselves are without a managing director. Whatever the decision is there, I think we need to get those leaderships in place to ensure that as we transition through 2021, which I anticipate is going to be a very difficult transition for all of us. And I think it requires steadiness at the helm for these critical institutions. So whomever those individuals, we need to ensure that those positions are filled. That we should not I hope we are not playing politics with these very critical institutions. Mr. Speaker, I want to shift a little bit in terms of Tourist Board. So, Speaker, when I heard the Premier's earlier introduction, he talked about he's not fighting with anyone, and I hope not. But the Beaver is going through a global pandemic. And when you're dealing with global issues, it requires certain global partners. Mr. Speaker, and it really, and I'm not picking any side here, and I'm really concerned with the level of discourse and the back and forth, and it seems to be on both sides in terms of the last lick between us and United Kingdom through our governor. On both sides. I think it's unbecoming. It's not useful for us. I think we need to ensure, and I agree, that we need to ensure that the boundaries that governs, which is the Constitution, and governs our relationship needs to be maintained and upheld. That is important. That is critical. But we also have to understand that we have to understand that we represent people, and we have to be responsible in our representation. And sometimes, even though your intent and your ambition is to do certain things on your own, sometimes there needs to be a level of support in the process. And I think we have, even if we decide, and when that process comes, and I understand the constitutional process is coming, and the people of this territory will dictate, and we will decide in the direction that we go as a territory. Even with that transition, there needs to be partnerships. Partnerships are necessary for us as a territory, because we cannot stand on our own without the level of support on the global stage. So we need to have strategic alliances and strategic partnerships. Right now, we're looking at support. We're looking at the issue of the vaccine. And I'm sure the minister will get up at this time and he would talk about this. And I'm hearing that we're going through who? To get access. And if not accurate, I'm sure it'll be rectified. But the United Kingdom, who is currently our global partner, has one of the largest stockpile of any nation of the vaccine. And actually, they administered the first vaccine, a US-based vaccine, and they administered the first one. So why are we bypassing our strategic partners? That we are helping or hurting our people? When we leave, sometimes we have to leave emotions at the door and do what we have to do for the benefit and betterment of our people. And there were some accusations being made, and I hope to God that those accusations are untrue by the governor in terms of victimization and all the different things that were made. Mr. Speaker, last Friday, I had to go to traffic to renew my driver's license. And as is customary, whenever you reach Seacoast Bay, down by a speed bump, down there next to my honorable colleague from the third. Papers just fly all over the place. Mr. Speaker, paper land on my windscreen. And I grab it. And I started to read, and I said, no, man, this ain't possible. We are in the process of ensuring that we uphold democracy, we're transparent, we're accountable. We don't victimize people in the BVI. We don't go after persons for speaking their truth. The BVI is a democracy. Those things never happen in the BVI. It could never happen. So I said there's got to be somebody just fabricated this. Mr. Speaker, if I may, I'll read. So for the benefit of the House. It's dated 11th December. Letter dated 11th December 2020. And it's from the British Virgin Islands. I thought we changed the branding. It says British Virgin Islands, Nature's Little Secret. It got to be fake, but true. We changed the branding. It's Be By Love now, right? It says Miss Rosemary Sidney Roseanne Jones, BVI Tourist Board and Film Commission, Roton Tortola, VG 1110, British Virgin Islands. Dear Miss Roseanne Jones. And the caption is termination of employment. I refer to your employment as events coordinator of the BVI Tourist Board and Film Commission. The purpose of this letter is to inform you of the outcome of a recent review by the BVI Tourist Board of its operational requirements and what it means to you, what this means to you. Please note, as a result of the changes being made within the organization, the position of events coordinator is no longer needed. As such, your position has been made redundant. Regrettably, this means your employment with the BVI Tourist Board and Film Commission has been terminated with immediate effect. The second paragraph speaks about specifics of our financial position. I wouldn't read that in here. Then it goes on to say, it is your responsibility to clear your office and desk of all personal effects in all property belonging to the BVI Tourist Board and Film Commission, which you have under your control or in your personal possession, must be returned and delivered to the Director of this designated officer immediately or at a mutually agreed upon date, time and location. Such property shall include, but are limited to, keys and any offices, access cards, identification cards, cellular phones, and laptop. The British Virgin Islands Tourist Board and the Film Commission would like to thank you for your valuable contribution during your employment with us. We wish you every success in your future endeavors. Sincerely, Mr. Clive McCoy, Director, BVI Tourist Board. CC, Chairman of the BVI Tourist Board, HR Director. So, Mr. Speaker, our entire restructuring organization just so happened to be conducted, and the person who so unluckily to be asked is Ms. Roseanne Jones. Of Wajalanda, outspoken, but we're in a democracy. This is the same person who cut our behind when we were in power the last time. Never got a letter, never was intimidated, because democracy, in democracy, people have a right to express their views in a democracy. Is this what BVI love is? Is this what BVI love represents? a mother of three, in the heart of a pandemic, is sent home. We couldn't find anywhere else for this person to walk and earn a living in her country because of her unspokenness. And then we use a young Virgin Islander to do this dirty work. This can't be BVI love. Are we saying that anyone who speaks out against the government in any way should be fair of losing their job or being victimized? So is the governor really telling the truth? Speaker, this is the budget, and this is financial implications. This can't be the direction that we're going as a territory. We're talking about constitutional review. There's freedom of speech in the Constitution. Persons shouldn't be fearful of losing their livelihoods because they have a say in their country of their birth. That is the direction that we're going, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, at the same time, we see in the budget $8 million for the consultancy. We have consultants on the ground from all walks of life and all over the place. Up to now, you can't get a report on what I'm doing. You can't get a report on the contract or their level of engagement. But this daughter of the soil, with immediate effect, is sent to the street with 3 children to feed in the heart of a pandemic. Is this the BVI love we talk about? Is this the tenor that we're going to look at when we're dealing with this constitutional review? BVI Lano should be shuttered with fair to speak out on the matters that impact them and their country. This cannot be our approach. Well, I'm waiting to hear that this is fake news. Because we know whenever these things come up, we get a bulletin at full speed saying it's fake news. So I'm waiting for the fake news stamp to come out and say it's fake news. This is not right, Mr. Speaker. This is not right. You get your time to speak, man, don't worry. This is not right. We cannot continue to treat our people this way. How many people have felt the same fate? Speaker, we have to do better. Persons need to have the right in a democracy to speak responsibly, but speak on the issues that affect their country, that affect them, affect their families. Mr. Speaker, Tourist Board is a statutory organization. And I hope that this is now the way we're going to continue to treat our people when they speak out, and speak out on matters that affect them in their country. Ms. Roseanne deserves to honor living in her country just like anybody else in this territory. She's a daughter of the soil. We're bringing people from all Timbuktu and hiring them in the government services and very healthy consulting engagements. They ain't make them redundant to fulfill a political agenda. I'll rest there for now. Mr. Speaker, I also have the distinct responsibility to represent some of, I would say, and every member will speak for themselves, some outstanding Virgin Islanders from Hope Hill, to Scrub Island, and our points in between, Greenland, Shepherd Hill, East End, Paramtown, Grove Hill, Chapel Hill, all points in between. It's an honor for me to always do my best and fight for the issues that affect those individuals, issues on the ground and issues in this honorable House, and represent them to the various ministers who are in charge of the executive. Mr. Speaker, I want to touch a little bit before I move on the issues that are impacting my constituency and the people that I represent. Mr. Speaker, the issue of roads, it's a very, very touchy subject and an issue that we have to really find a way to comprehensively address the issues of roads, not just in the 8th district, but throughout this territory. I know a stab was taken at it, and some of the roads that were built during that time are some of the roads that are still standing today, even after Hurricanes Irma and Maria. Particularly the road from Paramtown to the bridge has withstood many, many challenges, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know that we're looking at the issue of sewage in our community coming up. Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage the minister. And I know he has tried his best. I know just recently he tried to put some patching along the roadway from Parakeeta Bay to the airport and some points in Greenland. But soon thereafter, Minister, the few rains that fell, they already start sinking again. We have to find a way to really address the road situation in our communities in a comprehensive way. And I'm hopeful that we could get, I see a shiny yellow machine up at Bargers Bay. And hopefully that you could get that commission, Minister, so that we could have some flexibility in terms of getting some of the infrastructural stuff that we're working on done. In particular, the Greenland community, we've had the issue. We fixed that road some time ago, but the issue still exists, Minister. And we need to bring some relief to persons within our community to address that issue with that road. And I see that there's some monies there in the budget to try to address this issue of roads in the various community. You know the issue of the severely undermined Shepherd Hill Road. Right now, it's the only access for persons who are traversing to the Shepherd Hill community. and it's a very dangerous piece of road currently, Minister, and I believe that we need to, in this new budget, if the fiscal space allows for us to try to create some support for that, because if that road collapses, those persons can't get to their homes from that area. It's an issue that I've brought up in this House on many occasions. And the issue of guts. I know we didn't do much in the way of cleaning the gut infrastructure around the territory this year. There was some in my area that didn't get touched, particularly the one at Paramtown that hasn't been touched over the last 2 years. The one there between Frozen Imports and the Chowell's property, and the one there by the Red Bay Dock. Those 3 guts in particular, I think we need to figure out how to get those. Even if you use the infrastructure that you have at Public Works, if there's not funding to get it done, I think we need to get those areas addressed to bring some level of cleanliness to the community. We've opened up to the Beef Island community, and the traffic is moving to and fro our community. And we need to get those particular pieces of infrastructure addressed. And I know, Minister, you normally very responsive when it comes to those issues. The issue of sewage. It's happy to see that in standing finance, we were able to get the majority of the monies reallocated. I think there's based on the numbers from the port, there's 2.5 million outstanding of that money is to ensure that that project moves forward. Minister, it's been a long time coming. It's important for us to see the success of that project. I asked particularly for their comprehensive plan and strategy in standing finance. I don't think it was forwarded as yet. I asked just because it's important for me to understand, as the representative of that area, what is going to be executed, so that when persons in that community come to me, I could understand and articulate clearly to them what's happening. And as you've said you'll keep me abreast and ensure that I'm involved in any meetings or conversations that you're having related to that project. And I expect you to keep your word in that regard, because it's important for the success of that project, for the people of that community, not just the people in the 8th district, but the adjacent 7th district, and the persons who have been suffering for many years now because of that. And I understand it's been over 40 plus, 50 plus years since we've been trying to get something done in that community. The issue has now mushroomed over to other areas that weren't affected previously, particularly in Paramtown now. So I'm hopeful that we could get that up and running, Minister. Additionally, there's an issue in Greenland currently, and I want to apologize publicly to the people in the Greenland community. We were able to, early in 2015, put in place a solution that helped to remove much of the runoff that was on the streets in Greenland. I've been in contact. There's been a failure with that system. I've been in contact with the minister and the director of water and sewage. They've mobilized to try to get that system back up and running to ensure that those persons in that community get some relief from what is happening there right now in the Greenland community. Minister, we've spoken about this, and you've committed to ensuring that we get that system back up and running. Ministry of Education. There's a school that bears a particular name, the Willow Whitley Primary School. I know that the minister has an affinity for that school. And there are some particular issues, Minister, that we were able to raise in standing finance. And I know your project team was able to to say that they were aware of those issues, issue of leaking in one of the roofs and some mold issue. I know that students are back at that facility now, and I think it's important for us to get those things addressed. And I know that the funding is there in terms of maintenance to address those issues in a particular facility. Additionally, Minister, we share a facility, the football stadium. As we know that that's a public-private partnership between the government of the Virgin Islands and the BVI Football Association, a project that has brought life to our community. It's now at the last phase of its development. And I know that the funding was, if it wasn't already secured by the BVI Football Association, it's soon to be secured to build the stadium and the different adjacent facilities. I know that the lights are now being installed on that facility, and there's a responsibility of government to put particular funding in place, Minister, as relates to the track that should go around that facility. So I know there's some monies in capital expenditure. So I don't know if that money represent what needs to happen with that facility, and I'm sure we'll have that discussion in the committee stage to see if that could be done. Again, another project that not only provides social interaction and opportunities in the community, but it provides tremendous economic potential for the community and the wider Virgin Islands. And that was the vision when that project was envisaged back in 2014, 2015. And the plan is to continue that vision, Minister, and I'm hopeful that we could work closely, considering that it's both our communities, for the betterment of the people of that community. The issue the natural resources and labor. We have, I know we have a project that you know that I've been hunging you about in terms of the restroom facilities at the Long Bay Beach and Beef Island. It wasn't your money that went member for the second. I had my own. And we were able to, I know that it's on the home stretch now, and I believe that we really need to get that moving, because we see the deterioration that's happening right now, Minister, at that facility. We need to have a proper facility in place. I know the power's in place now. I see the powerhouses in place now, so it's only a matter of getting the sewage system set up and up and running. All right. And also, Minister, we have to look at maintenance. And we talked about this in standing finance. And I want to commend the team. Excuse me, Mrs. The team from from the ministry that works to clean that beach on a daily basis. I think they try their best, the utmost best, to keep that facility clean up to a certain standard. But the reality is that that facility is too much for them, and they need some additional support. And there was an individual that did a tremendous job keeping it clean, many times on his own financial dime, just because of the love for that facility and love for community. I think we need to find a way to ensure that there's a regular process of maintenance for that facility, and ensure that there's proper protocols in terms of how the beach is being used. I think we've lost our way after COVID-19 in terms it's become a free-for-all, not just there, on all the beaches, in terms of how we're utilizing the beaches. And we need to have a better structure and a better process for utilization of our public beaches. And I know that there's a beach policy that's been worked on, and it's important for us to get that policy to this House so we could get that support. to those facilities. And a topic that's a little more touchy, the Eastern Long Loop waterfront development. Minister, you know that we've had discussions, I've brought it up in this House at many occasions, in terms of how to find that balance to ensure that we make sure that the community gets the finger pair that was promised, and ensure that the family that is adjacent is not disenfranchised. We have to ensure that those conversations continue to finalize that process. And as a district representative, I would appreciate that I'm involved in those conversations. I've been given the privilege to represent those great people of the 8th District for the last 10 years. And I want the opportunity to continue to represent them in all aspects. So I would like to be involved in those discussions because I believe it's important that we do not disenfranchise that family, but we also have to make sure that the public has access to that facility in a way that we can continue the legacy that is Red Ray. I had the luxury of a book, and Mr. Honorable Smith and I, the book on Red Bay from Dr. Charles Wheatley. He penned a book recently that speaks to the history of that facility and what that facility means to the people of Eastern Long Loop. And what it means it was a point of commerce for us, moving back and forth from that area to go to Little Dix to walk, to go to Barrows Creek to walk with the men who did construction back in the day. And when I used to go to Harvest, that's where I used to catch the boat. And even a ferry, when I use the term it could be a port of entry, I was laughed to scorn, but I understand it was a port of entry where boats used to come up St. Thomas and go back and forth there at one point. So we need to continue to uplift that area and maintain that rich legacy that is Red Bay, and ensure that persons who are there get their fair opportunity to that facility. And I see that there's some monies in the budget. I think $450,000. I understand that was supposed to go towards the dock. If I'm not mistaken, we'll see. But that dock has to be built for the benefit of the fishermen in our community. And we're talking about food security and diversification through fishing and farming. So I think it's important for us to ensure that those facilities, as much as it's financially feasible, to help to buttress the economic opportunities for our people, especially in these very difficult COVID-19 times. Our community centers. Our community is the largest community in this territory, and we've been for too long without a proper space, a meeting space for us as a people. I know we have, I understand that the project is out to tender, Minister. Minister for Health, the community center is out for tender now? All right. I know the money's, okay, good. That's good news. I know the monies have been there since 2017 to facilitate that project. So I'm happy to hear that the tender process has been completed, and we could now start to get that facility back up and running to ensure that the support, that level of, we don't have much gatherings now, but I think it's important for us to still have that community space, wherever smaller gatherings are now, to ensure that the people have that community space or shelter for us as a community. Just because it's important, and I've been taught by the good people of the community for which I represent, that when people, criticism is important, constructive criticism is one thing, but when people do good as well, you need to acknowledge when they do good. and I believe in that philosophy. I want to thank the Premier publicly for his support. No, I as real as they get. I can tell you what I gotta tell you, but we ain't need to get acknowledge you. The support he gave with the opening, Premier, to help to clean up the main road from East End go through the Hopeville area. I want to thank you for that, Premier. And one of the things that I have to say about the Premier, and I respect about you, Premier, you respect the sovereignty of district representative. You don't interfere with other district representatives. And I respect that, and I appreciate that. I think you need to start to teach some of your other members that, that they need to respect the sovereignty of the district representatives in their districts, especially persons who the people have said that we want you to represent us and represent our interests. Over here, it represents about 50 some odd years of representation. well, you say we all, you call us all kind of name, you want to count the years too? You got to count the years too. You got to give the good and the bad. 50 plus years. And I think it's important for us to take a lead from your Premier in that regard to ensure that you respect the representatives. People put us here to represent their interests. And a passing conversation is sufficient. You don't have to give us anything to do or whatever, but at least give us the courtesy of a conversation. Don't just walk through, disregard our presence in our communities, and do as you wish in our community. It's disrespectful, it's unbecoming in terms of parliamentary colleagues. And I'm sure that we all get along. I think we could talk to each other. So I don't think we'll have those issues going forward. So again, Premier, I thank you for that support to ensure that we created a welcoming environment as best as we could in the community as you welcome the persons during the actual opening of our community. Mr. Speaker, hold on. I ain't finished quite yet. Mr. Speaker, I again would like to thank and appreciate the people of the 8th District. I think it's been a challenging time for all of us. We were able to get some funds to give some kind of relief to persons who are experiencing some hardship. We were able to help close to over 300 persons who were able to get help either through vouchers, direct help, or some other support. And there's some 90 some odd persons still to get help during this last set of round of help. So I want to say to persons to be patient. I know it's been very difficult during this period. I will continue to fight for the issues that impact your lives and impact your livelihoods. When I get up in this house and I speak about these issues, it's not personal. I have a job to do. We have a job to do to represent the best interests of our people at all times. And I'm going to continue to do that with every fiber of my being. Because at the end of the day, I'm here because they got up out of their bed to go up Willowilly Primary School to say, I want you to represent my interests. And I will never waver, never saunter in my quest to represent the people of the 8th District, and in fact, the people of this entire Virgin Islands. Because at the end of the day, we represent all the people of this territory. Speaker, again, So I go back to the specifics in the budget. This budget is historic, not for all the other reasons that we've outlined, but historic because it represents the bridge between our people and the economic transition that has to take place with COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, we need to figure out we need to develop, and I'm going to continue to say this and I'll be consistent with it, that equilibrium between health and safety and economics. We have to find a way to ensure that our policies reflect the reality on the ground for our businesses and the persons whose livelihood has been displaced because of COVID-19. We have to ensure, in particular, from the tourism space, which has been the main, who have borne the brunt of the hardship of COVID-19, that the tourism sector gets the necessary attention and support it needs to move forward. We have to ensure that we strike those strategic partnerships that are necessary to promote the industry. Get on board with our global partners. Get on board with our local partnerships. The marine industry has always been a critical component of our tourism product and the overall survival of us as a territory. We need to ensure that the conversations are happening. Not just on a whim, but conversations are meaningful conversations to strike a balance and a way forward. We have to get that marine industry back up and running. Our neighbors are chomping at the bits to take that opportunity again to get that industry back on the U.S. Virgin Islands. We cannot afford for that to happen during this period, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we need a national tourism strategy. We need to form a bridge to the future during COVID and future after COVID-19. We need to be able to hit the ground running once things are normalizing. We don't want to be left flat-footed. And we need to ensure that the financing and the support, human resources and otherwise, is put in place to ensure that tourism is strengthened, to ensure that tourism-related businesses get their support. And I'm continuing to say this, Mr. Speaker. We need to have some more meaningful way to finance and to support the businesses in that sector, as we will see a lot of those businesses, Mr. Speaker, disappear. This budget has to reflect that reality. It has to reflect the reality that we're facing in terms of the businesses within tourism. We also have to look at the reality that our people on the ground are facing. Bread and butter issues. Lights are being cut. While kids are doing homeschooling, internet, gone. Difficult to put food on the table. These are the realities. Yes, we understand that COVID-19 is fluid. Life is fluid. But we plan every year for hurricane season and we don't know what will happen. We plan to ensure that if anything happens, we got a little money in the bank to do the things that are necessary to get us through that period. So we need to have a comprehensive vision, a comprehensive plan that marries the economic and the health side of this pandemic. And the budget needs to buttress whatever those policy decisions are. And we need to be very clear and articulate those visions to the people of this territory. Speaker, we have to measure the effectiveness of the stimulus and the support that was given to persons throughout the territory who were impacted. The stimulus impact was measured based on a 3-month window. We're 10 months into the pandemic. So obviously there's still tremendous hardship being faced by our people. How do we fund something, additional tranche of support to our people? It is necessary. If we don't, our businesses will fail. If we don't, many of our people will suffer. We have to ensure that the budget reflects that reality on the ground. We have to manage the realistic nature of our numbers in the budget. I hear that the budget is conservative. But the reality in some of the numbers is not there. So we have to make sure there's no time to paint a picture that is unrealistic. You have to paint a picture that is realistic so that we could then make the tough, hard decisions as a territory, as a people, to push ahead and put the necessary plans and policies in place to ensure that we forge ahead. Again, the drive of any economy, and I'm continuing to say this because it's important for us to understand the role that the small businesses play in our economy. We can't afford to lose these businesses that have been built over decades, family-owned businesses that have been built in this territory for decades upon decades. Some of them on the verge of losing their businesses. The government should not be the source of hardship for many of these businesses. So we have to look at where we can make the adjustments in terms of the statutory requirements of these businesses to help them transition during this process. We did it for the moratorium on purchase of property. We need to figure out a similar transition for the businesses that relates to government statutory obligations. Not to forgive it, but to figure out a period where we could have a transition where businesses could try to get themselves back on their feet. The businesses need that level of support. They need that level of support moving forward. So, Mr. Speaker, I've been at it now for how long? 10 more minutes? You got time? Time in me now. Now, Mr. Speaker, again, I want to encourage the people of this territory as we go into the Christmas season. I know it's not going to be the usual Christmas season for many persons in this territory. Many of you have been unemployed for some time. Many of you have facing tremendous stress and hardship throughout the last 7 to 10 months. But I want you to be encouraged. And I want all of us who are a little better off than others to do our part to make a difference in the lives of some family throughout our territory. Through my district committee, there's a series of things that we're doing to try to brighten up the spirits of persons within our community. And I want to encourage all of us to do our best to seek out those persons less fortunate in our community. Those persons who might not cry out, but are hurting in silence. There are many amongst us. And those of us who can do more should do more. So saying that he who much is given, much is expected. And many of us are in a position to do much more. And I think we should And it is the BVI spirit to do more and do what we can to help make life a little better for our fellow citizens throughout the territory, in our communities. So I want to encourage you during this period to be faithful, hold strong as we transition during this period. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the leader of the opposition for his contribution and for at least staying way within the 2-hour suggested time limit. I now call upon the Minister for Health and Social Development and Territorial Member, the Honorable Carvin Malone.
Speaker, for affording me the opportunity to lend my support to the budget for 2021. As we are well aware, this is the third budget of this 22-month-old government. And I would say I take my hats off and to the Premier, the Ministry of Finance, and his hard-working team for being able to accomplish this. All praise and glory, of course, go first to God, and then, as we said, it is by no means a small feat to accomplish this in 22 months. We would learn that for the past 15 years, if not more, that most, if not all, of the budgets were delivered, whether it was February of the following year or March, and some down in April. I think it has to be, by Constitution, it has to be delivered by April. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that we would, in fact, give recognition and give commendation where it is actually necessary, and in this case, for the fine works that has been done. Mr. Speaker, I think it was critical for us to each get an opportunity to lend support, because there are 2 or 3 different approaches that must be taken when debating this particular budget. You have to give recognition to the context and the time in which the budget itself is given, is made. Mr. Speaker, I never leave home without my hand sanitizer. Yeah, we have to give recognition to the time and space in which the budgets are made. Number one, this budget, again, will be characterized primarily of what you'll hear on this side and what you will not hear from the side opposite. And although there were inklings of commendations, they were all reserved. So, as the Honorable Leader of the Opposition say, he is tasked with presenting his side of the story. So too, Honorable Member for the 2nd District, the second of the 3 parties making up the opposition. And there are different views that would always be shown. So, and then there are the facts, because once we're done, we will learn of the different drafts that we've had, the different times that we've spent in reviewing all of the documents that came before us, and the estimates and what will be the estimates challenges, but we'll see. Okay, great. So once we, Mr. Speaker, look in terms of the conservative budget that we have. When we came into office, there are specific concerns and constraints of which we were faced. Members speak of what monies were left in loans to be spent for capital projects. Members speak of what monies were left in certain heads to be spent. But what they did not speak of was the fact that after the storms of 2017, for instance, we have a pledge to give guarantees, to give up to 300 million pounds, which we all say is about $400 million, but they came with specific stipulations. Yes, we could have jumped at it and afford ourselves, once the paperwork was put in place, to that $400 million. But let's put it in context, because this is the context in which the budget, especially budget 2 and now budget 3, is being made. So let's put it in context, because when the Premier and his team went to the UK to get this done, we said, well, look, we do need funding, because we have all of the infrastructure of which the opposition speaks of that has to be repaired. We have facilities in Jocelyn Dykes, facilities on Tortola, facilities on Virgin Gorda, facilities in Anegada, and other facilities throughout the Virgin Islands. But the terms and conditions under which that money is to be gained was not acceptable to a government coming in on February 25th. And the members are quite aware of it. They're quite aware of it, because this is why you have 2 and 3 different parties right now as we speak. They were not pleased with the terms and conditions under which the monies were to be secured. So what did that leave us with? It left us with having to seek ways in which we can see never come to an end, because it was said you could never touch the particular projects that were negotiated to be completed by a recovery and development agency, which, might I add, included every capital project that was to be done. It was going to be unattainable, unsustainable, and would inoculate, for the lack of a better word, any sitting government from doing that work of which members are now saying needs to be done. Yes, they need to be done. And it will be done. The 65 million was it? That was negotiated with CDB. Yes. Even in that circumstance, in order for us to get the Elmo Stout High School done for the benefit of our contractors, for the benefit of our local industry, it had to be done in a different manner, and a manner which is now pleasing to all. You would not hear that, but you would hear that we have the school up and running. That is proper. We have other parts and segments of the school that we must be able to now develop, because, and this is why, in the revised plan, development plan, we have looked in terms of where the protocol documents call for certain ratios to be held if you are not going to be subjected to more scrutiny, more direct control, and the inability to look at the projects that would be necessary, critical, and important for a particular territory and a government to bring forward for its people. It is critical to understand this because, and I could hear the actual refrain, when you're going to get off of this? We're dealing with this now. We're dealing with those issues now, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I oft wondered, well, why would Nike, KFC, Burger Kings, oh, Burger King is easy, it's in the name, Burger Kings. Why would these people, McDonald's, why would they advertise? Because for some reason, based on the human psyche, if you don't remind people that Nike is with shoes and clothing, McDonald's is with burgers, KFC is with chicken, they somehow seem to forget. And they go look for Popeyes and forget that there's a KFC. If Rick Van Winkle was to awaken from his slumber and hear the presentations today, you would not know that in the beginning were all of these issues of which we had to face. So Adam and Eve was there in the beginning. So what did we find in the beginning of this administration? This is what we found. This has to be explained so that people will know the context of which we speak. We had to determine, there was a paper and we were invited to look in terms of what relationship that the overseas territories want with the UK moving forward. It will be on record that I have opined the fact that this very important issue of Brexit could have consequences for us. And it was going to be critical that we get to understand, if you're going to have a divorce, I've often said, if the UK is going to divorce itself from the other European community, then before the siblings, the kids, decide, well, where is it that I'm going to reside? With mommy or with daddy? I want a roof and shelter over my head, so if mommy can keep the house, I can stay with mommy and visit daddy. If daddy can keep the house, I can stay with daddy and visit mommy. The whole concept of this is that we have to look in terms of our determination based on a number of factors. We are battling also the issue as it relates to open registry. We have had many conferences as it relates to what effects can open registry have on this territory. It is an open secret that we are going to do whatever is required to make sure the industry itself is sustained. We're going to do whatever it is to make sure that we have the accountability, the transparency, and when the court or anyone have made decisions, we would have the books all there. It's there. There's nothing to hide. But one have always asked the question, would our bank accounts be open, how would we feel? We walk into a bank and they say, all bank accounts is open for examination. Mr. Speaker, I would love to see the 8 digits next to your name, 9 digits, left of the dot. You open the account and here you are, $100 million. But is that fair? No. If a court decide, well, we must produce the books of the Honorable Speaker to see where this money is being stashed. And I don't know what surprise you'll get. 8 digits, 9 digits, 5 digits, I'm not sure. But at the end of the day, there's a process for it. And it boils down to that. Mr. Speaker, if that was not enough, we're also dealing with the concept that lends itself opportunities, economic substance, so that we have already put the ball in motion as it relates to exactly what it means. I don't know, because it was just like in 1995. I happened to be around long enough. I'm the youngest serving member as it relates to I was returned last in 2019. So all the other members, they brag of 50 years of experience on the other side. I only have 22 months. 50 years versus 22 months. So, Mr. Speaker, I start at a disadvantage. So I want to know, when that comes to play, we would have an issue, and we are developing these as to exactly the whole concept of economic substance. It offers us opportunities, yes. It offers us opportunities. And we're going to be able to capitalize on all of these opportunities that it offers. But the goalpost keeps shifting. I don't care how good a shooter you are. If the goalpost keeps shifting, every time you get close to it, every time you line it up, it goes left, it goes right. If it was going left to right, it's fine. But it goes up sometime, down sometime, in sometime, out sometime. How would you ever make a basket? How would you? We have to be nimble, yes. If there is one industry of which all the houses that I know have been unified in, it is with the financial services industry. I have seen bills come in here, and within a twinkling of an eye, overnight, first, second, third reading, because we have to get the bills done. We have to keep the industry moving so that it will continue to be sustained in a manner in which we have become accustomed to. The goalpost is moving, and we have to be mindful of this, and we are doing all that is required in order to make sure that the British Virgin Islands stay at the forefront, at the front of this industry. Mr. Speaker, there are others who have came. They have copied our legislation, they have purchased the BOSS system, they have done everything. But the fact is, the British Virgin Islands continue to be leaders in this prized and sought after industry, to where first world countries are thinking that their sustainability rests in the Virgin Islands. I don't understand it. It is only since we got into it that this became an issue. I have grown up learning of Swiss bank accounts. Never heard there was a problem. Never heard there was a problem. Swiss bank account. As soon as others got into it, all of a sudden, they're looking for funding, for the funding source. First world countries. And some of them benefit the most out of offshore and financial services sector. No one is hiding anything. How could you hide in this push-a-button world? You push a button and you get all the information. Well, Google was down today, I understand. So you might have to push 2 buttons or go to another search engine. But the fact is that you push a button, information is there. Push a button and it is there within the ambit of the law. So here we are, high-level framework to get guarantees so you can search for loans so they could be spent by a determined agency for you to pay back, and you can determine how the projects work. That's the first hurdle. Second, Brexit. Where do we go? Third, economic substance. How do we go? And then, COVID-19. COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, this global pandemic is reaping havoc throughout the world as we speak. In some of our neighboring islands, named and prized resorts are being asked to evacuate all your guests. In other islands, we're going to close down bars from 5 o'clock. In other islands, you can't come in at all. In first world countries, we're going on a tier 3 lockdown. In others, we are going to stop testing so you don't. Well, one person did say if you wouldn't have so many cases unless you test. So stop testing and you wouldn't have these number of cases. But we know that's unsustainable. We know that cannot work. So the fact is that we have to continue to do whatever is required in order to get us on the correct footing, Mr. Speaker. We have to do whatever is required to do it. Well, one retired politician, in their words, it says sometimes you have to let it go, let it be. But again, if Rip Van Winkle was to wake up and listen next week to some of the presentations that were made, he would not realize that the budget has to be reflective of all of these events before and an ongoing pandemic to which we know no end as yet. The British or UK or partners have made the offer for the vaccines. We have accepted the offer for the vaccines. Persons would have the choice of whether or not they would take the vaccines. We've also made other arrangements because we have 2 different sources, because one of them requires specific storage capacities and properties. So these storage capacities are dry ice and temperature 22 below and 27 below it. A number of delicate properties that we've had to work with. And bad enough, we had to reserve ourselves in taking the funds that were supposedly going to be granted, not in grants, not in loans even, but in guarantees, with stipulations where we had to reserve ourselves and make sure that it is in our best interest. Bad enough, we have to hedge ourselves against the effects of open registry if it is imperial legislation that will come. Bad enough, we have to look in terms of determining exactly what economic substance we'll have. But here we are now, the pandemic. It came on us, well, not on us only, because There would have been some argument if it were just us. But first world, second world, and third world countries are coming to grip with the economic hardship and limitations of this. And in the balance of lives and livelihoods, yes, the team opposite have a job to do, but there must be a responsible job, because they cannot continue to speak as if this don't exist. No one wants to be pat on the back on this, but you have to come to some sense of realization. The only reason why I can probably project my voice is because we have kept the nation safe. It is an important ingredient to livelihoods. You cannot have livelihood sustained if life is taken or if life itself is compromised. So in doing this, we've had to protect our borders, develop our capacities in the medical world. We had to provision, we had to provide stimulus packages. Members talk about, we did it as if it was a 3-month package, and while at the same time they just got done spending over another $300,000. That was not in the first 3 months, that was in the last 2 months. It did it at the same time when businesses were asked to make recommendations, whether it was for fishing loans, whether it was for farming, whether it was for small businesses that were affected by this. We have done it without compromising whatever level of autonomy that we have gained, because here we are, 70 years later, since the restoration of our Constitution in 1950. And I never let persons forget the fact that this fight, as the Premier has often said, did not start with just the march. The march was an important turning point. But when we look at 1946 and 47, when we look at Hope Stevens and we look at H.R. Penn and we look at the team that had to visit the particular committee, the Federation Committee, down in Antigua, to look in terms of what is the next step. Decisions had to be made. Decisions had to be made. And folks were hammering that this whole concept that you're going to run the Virgin Islands from a distance with the leftovers, so to speak, that was not going to be sustainable, and we had to get it moving. And this is why when I came into the House, I've said that the onus will be on us to make sure that the health care system is one in which we advance, one in which we are proud of, one in which we can be looking towards the future and making the best health care system in the territory, because it has a history. 1949, the move to propel our Constitution, the move to make our status so that we can be owners of our destiny, was heightened by the lack of proper health care. And it is something which touches everyone, from outside Josephine Dyke this time, from Josephine Dyke up to Anegada. So it is keen, it is important, it is critical that we get it right. But what did we do? We had a special sitting in celebration of that. Oh, how defeating it would be if those persons who fought in 46, 47, 48, 49, and got the prize in 1950 were to come back and to see that we, instead of moving it forward from what legislations they had, the alien landholding license, turning it where we came out of granted aid, moving to where we have pioneering status, moving to where we were able to get all those legislations for which we now benefit. If when you look, those things are brought back, and we're now looking in terms of whether we can keep our Constitution, whether we want to move towards the next step, the next stage, or we want to have the status quo. The status quo is being taken away from us. I have often said, and I would not go back on this, the fact is that it is the duty of leaders to gain the confidence of the voters and people of this territory so that we can move together towards the next step. It cannot be an overnight sensation. Nobody can go to sleep, have a bad dream, and then come and tell you that you have to live it. We all have to, we are in this together. We must understand what it means, but understand we must. So we have to talk, debate, go from the highways, the byways, and make sure that everyone understand what is critical for us in moving forward. It is important, Mr. Speaker, when we get ministerial government in 1967, that was fought for and it was gained. When we came out of granted aid, some 42 years now, is it? Some 42, 43 years ago. That was important. Those are steps forward. It was important when we had the double treaty, and that was taken away, and we had to move into financial services in '84 also, I believe it was, when the late Honorable Cyril Romney and Mr. Hunt, Attorney Hunt and all the others got the legislations put together so that we can transition to this. This was critical. This was important. We now have a bill of legislation which would look to and to incorporate the whole medicinal marijuana is critical for us. It's not an overnight thing. This is done in the UK. Billions of dollars raised from this. It's done in the United States. Billions of dollars. It's done in other jurisdictions. So we're not talking about a bill to get us high. We want to get high. There's a song for it, but that's not the song. That's not the one. We want to get real. We want to look in terms of what we can attain from the legislation that is on the table. I would say that we need to move it forward because all of these other hurdles are in our way. How far up would the hurdle move? The basket is moving, the hurdle is heightening, make it more difficult. We can get this done, Mr. Speaker, but it must be done together. It is critical. It's important. We must have it done in a way that will be sustainable. So when we look at our budget and in the close of the, as a territorial at large representative, I have the unique look at all the districts together with my other 3 territorial at large colleagues. So if I go to District 2 and I find that there is a project to be done, well, let's make it easy. If I go to District 1 and I find that there is a project in District 1 to be done, I call the representative for District 1. I said, well, look, I have a project. He might say, well, look, that's very good. Go ahead, but let's talk. We'll talk. Can't we do it in 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9? That is the charge of which we have. I was there when it came in 95. It didn't come in order for us to police the other 9 districts. In fact, some members, even on our own team, they have difficulty with understanding how the at-large system itself was intended to work. Some have surmised that it was intended to get a Virgin Islands Party government out of office because they had too much in their minds of a strong hold on the districts. And I remember when the first returns came in 1995, the then Chief Minister said they brought in the at-large system to get rid of the Virgin Islands Party, but see what we have done. We won the government. Of course, 2003, 2011, 2015, we lost the government. But that's what democracy is about. The voters' right to choose. And Mr. Speaker, the fact is that when you look in terms of the different items and projects to be done, I lend my support to each of the districts, save none. I lend my support to each of them, and if there is a specific project, you may not specifically like who it was awarded to, but the fact is that it has to be value for money. That's an ingredient. It has to be handed to capable hands. That's an ingredient. And it must benefit all. That's an ingredient. And I think that if it's done with the respect of the quote-unquote district rep, that is a plus. Is it a must? That is debatable, but it's a plus. So the whole thing is that I love pluses. So I would always seek to have it as a plus. I will always seek to make sure that district reps are involved at all points. And in fact, the reality is that you cannot win as an at-large without the support of the districts. So if you want to win, is when you can move it from just being a plus to a must. So not only is it a plus, but it's a must if you want to get the support of your district persons. And might I add, Mr. Speaker, that members from the party opposite have never had it so good in their life. They are having a time of their life. Whatever projects they want, they get. The Premier is seeing to this. Whatever projects they want, they get. I have read about this. I've been around it, have not been in the middle of it, but I don't know what the years before, when the Premier wraps up, he'll have to tell me that this is just a continuation of what he met from his 22 years in this business. The opposition get whatever they want. And what you would not hear is anything that would, quote unquote, have it attain in terms of this government has been the best government as it relates to projects. Politically, you almost cannot say that. But the facts will reveal and the facts will attain that if I get $1, they get $1. That's what happens. And in fact, you've heard members say that thanks to the Premier, we were able to fix from here to there. They didn't list all of them. They didn't do it at all. Thanks to the Premier, we were able to now move the monies that were taken away and revote it. Well, it was not revoted. It was just sniped away and go into, I got my 2 hours, and go into other projects. It went into other projects which they, at the time, deemed more important than that project in the East. And of course, he said, well, I can see that it is now coming to play. Well, what about thank you very much? I couldn't get it done with my party, but now it's being done. Thank you. That's one. There are many others, Mr. Speaker. We can say, again, thanks to the Premier, we were able to get a lot of other items that we could not get under our government. Look at Jocelyn Dyke. Look at Jocelyn Dyke. You go over there now and you have a luxurious building being built. Road paved from the, what is it, Dog Hole? Straight over, and more to come. The hillside, paved. They are saying, they should be saying, thank you. If this is what it takes for us to get our projects done in our districts, we'll stay over here. Because we need a Premier who is fair and square across the table. Fair and square across the table. Honorable member for the 3rd, as soon as the member for transport got in, Bram, he was sitting with him, standing with him on Elevator Hill, getting it repaired. That is progress. Look at what we're doing in the 4th district. We're working together with the member for the 4th to transform, and in the next few days, we will see things happening. All of these districts. My honorable colleague from the 6th, she cried many a morning. As soon as this government got in, Bram, done. Where's the thank you? So it will be characterized, as I said, with the things you would not hear. But these were done in the era of pandemic, in the era of high-level framework, in the era of open books, in the era of Brexit. All of this done with all of these uncertainties. So no wonder that if one was to come here with a specific agenda as to exactly to clean up what you met. But that was pre-2017. That was pre-2017. So it is difficult to transition because you were sent here with a specific agenda, but here you come with a government who cares, a government who shares, a government who will do the project no matter where you are representing. It is critical for us to continue to do this. So, Mr. Speaker, as we move along, the budget itself is reflective of specific areas that we have to be mindful of. We have a civil service that is made up primarily of our people, and it is critical that we make sure that we keep these persons engaged. And I happen to be in a ministry that because of the pandemic, we had to call on a number of persons in other departments, a number of persons working in statutory bodies, a number of persons to come over, whether to assist with social distancing, whether to assist with the re-entry protocols, whether to assist in terms of the provisioning program, whether to assist with all of these specific areas that we had. And we'd like to give a big thank you to all of these agencies for the work that they have done to help us through this pandemic, this global pandemic that has reaped havoc throughout. Mr. Speaker, the important part for us to make sure that we do, and in the absence of distraction, I'll be able to complete this. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to keep looking towards what we will continue to do. In our provisioning, we've had, in terms of our response to the coronavirus issue, we've had to expend over $43 million was budgeted. We have to, this is important, this was $43 million that may have been able, would have been able to go to keep the same level of recurrent expenses, if not more, the same $42 million that would have gone towards increased capital projects, the same $42 million of which members are saying, well, this isn't done and that isn't done, but what would we have done? We've had to give statutory bodies $20 million. We've had to have food provisioning programs over $2 million. We've had the house-to-house collection, $740 million. We've had the quarantine expenses, $2.5 million. We've had security expenses, $2.5 million. We've had support to NHI, $7.5 million. We've had the other social needs, $1 million. We've had, in terms of the housing repair project, we have $9 million. Five was used to take care of some specific critical items and will be reintroduced in this budget and for the 2021, $9 million there. We've had, what would we do? Not support the areas that we speak about? If Rip Van Winkle was to awake today, he wouldn't know this because the party opposite is not in their interest to say this, but we have done what we must do in order to keep us safe. I will let you know, and it will be coming out later, so I can report. We now have a total of 6 active cases when it comes to COVID-19. Another 3 discovered between Sunday and today, Monday. Of these 6, 4 of them were tests done on day 0, on entry. So although you had a negative test, when you test and came in, because a negative test before you come in would assure that you don't get on the plane and bring it here in a positive light. The test on arrival works. 4 of the 6 active cases were tests done on arrival. They are quarantined, each of them caught in the quarantine corridors. It works. The other 2 at the exit of day 4. So here you have 6, but each of them in the quarantine space. One of them, I think the person has been identified, had breached, and we are going to make sure that persons understand if you see something, you have to say something, because we cannot afford for any of these persons who would be deemed positive at the end of 4 and they're out there, they're partying on boats in the harbor, partying here, partying there. It works if everyone will do their part. The transportation system is working. It has to be improved in terms of making sure that when you collect persons from the airport, they are seen and handed over properly to the institutions or to the home of which they're to be quarantined. You cannot drop them at the mouth of a driveway for them to take their own bags and walk for tenths of feet. It is not the way it has to work. As I mentioned before, $2.5 million spent on security. So that is unsustainable, in terms of making sure that this is done. We cannot put a security guard to every door anymore. We have this done. We have the particular apps. Yes, there are some areas to be improved, and they will be improved. But in the interim, if you are to be quarantined for 4 days or 7 days, then you must. It must happen. Some of our nationals are finding it difficult to get test results from overseas, where they are short of 5 days, 6 days, 7 days. So we've had to, with the benefit of the CMO and the HSA, if those persons had that type of difficulty, then they're able to do 7 to 10 days quarantine, because we can't keep our nationals out. Our nationals must be able to come home based on Constitution, based on rights. So whether it's 7 days or 10 days, then they're able to attain that. But it also puts the traveling public in jeopardy, because at the end of the day, if you are positive and you were found to be positive when you're in there, then the question is, when were you positive? Coming down, when you arrived, or when you left? So we have to follow the protocols, and all of a sudden we have overnight sensations. We have overnight doctors. People are telling you what you should and should not do. But I have to follow the science. We have to follow what is right in getting this done, Mr. Speaker. So here we have it. We have a team, and we must say thanks to the HEOC for the works that they have done. We have spoken of $43 million in terms of our response in most regards. And there will be additional amounts that would have to be spent, because at the end of the day, 2021 is still here. We don't know how far this will take us. We have improved our labs, best in the Caribbean. We have improved our facility to quarantine. We have improved our testing capabilities. We have built in a 30-day period, we've built a arrival facility at the Terence B. Letcham Airport in order to do this. So our response has been quick, our response has been proactive, our response has been correct in terms of doing what is critical. The human factor is what will fail us if we don't do that which is proper. So, Mr. Speaker, the areas of budget for the Ministry of Health and Social Development, it is there. We cannot join the parade of people talking about we don't have enough money. We cannot speak as if we don't know what is happening. But the fact is that whether it's in gender affairs or Safe Haven Transitional Center, the Public Health Program, the Environmental Health Division, Department of Waste Management, the Social Development Department, Her Majesty's Prison, all of the departments under these heads. Mr. Speaker, the fact is that there would always be more requests than there are money at the time. But we know the time in which we're in, and we have a premier, we have a Ministry of Finance who is adaptive to the needs. Once it is well presented, once it is articulated, once it is proven as a need for the territory, this happens. And Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I will be able to say thank you very much, and 35 minutes is not bad, Mr. Speaker. 35 minutes. And members are here showing me their watch. 35 minutes. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the time afforded me in making this presentation in full support of this 2021 budget. Thank you.
I thank the Minister for his contribution, and please be aware that it's a 2-hour suggested time limit, so members, please refrain from disturbing your colleagues while they're on the floor. At this time, I recognize the Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities, and member for the 5th District, the Honorable Kai M. Reimer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first I want to say happy holidays to all persons listening to this debate. And since the Minister of Health only used 35 minutes, I'll just take the rest of his time, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity yet again. Mr. Speaker, in 22 months, this is the 3rd time we are here debating a budget. Mr. Speaker, as I go into the budget, I need to acknowledge the work of the Honorable Premier and his team, the Ministry of Finance, for bringing forth these budgets. And Mr. Speaker, also timely, because as we are aware of this COVID pandemic, I often wonder what would have taken place if, we were going through the budget process March of this year, as that is the deadline for the budget to be passed before a provisional budget. But Mr. Speaker, I need to acknowledge the Premier for staying resolute in terms of bringing forth these budgets. I know when it was first mentioned, he spoke about having a budget pass within the same year, and we scoffed at him, we laughed at him a little bit because we thought it was a bit impossible. But the Premier I know, and the Premier that has proven that yes, it can be done, and with his team, it is being done. So, Mr. Speaker, with this $402 million budget, the Premier says it's conservative, and that is great news, Mr. Speaker. Great news to hear because we have a little wiggle room as we prepare for anything that would come forth to this territory in the upcoming year. And Mr. Speaker, as I listened to the members speak on the budget and some of the issues that were highlighted that needs to be addressed, Mr. Speaker, I simply want to highlight certain things that the member for the second mentioned. And Mr. Speaker, I know for one thing he mentioned that there are 9 roads that he spoke about, and I addressed 4 thus far. Well, Mr. Speaker, it is all good to know that roads are being addressed. And yes, we have had a year with no hurricanes, Mr. Speaker, and I say to God be the glory with that because, with COVID and the hurricane, I'm not sure how we would have fared. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank God that despite we had such an active hurricane season, our territory was yet again spared from hurricanes. But, Mr. Speaker, with this 2020 year, I often wonder, and I mean, Mr. Speaker, I understand that we have to speak to the people when we stand up in this house. But, Mr. Speaker, I just hope that, and I always hear my members say that the opposition, they have a job to do and they'll be as good as doing their job as possible. But, Mr. Speaker, they hardly highlight some of the works that have been addressed. And, Mr. Speaker, as the member for Health just mentioned, even in the 2nd District, roads were addressed that has been long-standing issues for years. Years, Mr. Speaker. And though we have been working, I know there are issues that needs to still be addressed, like the water situation. And, Mr. Speaker, this is a compassionate government because, yes, we are working tirelessly to maintain consistent water to the residents. Mr. Speaker, noting that we had a path on Jos Van Dyke that was, that is down, just like any mechanical thing that, sometimes they go bad, sometimes they work. But, Mr. Speaker, we understand the issues, and just last week, we sent trucks over to Jos Van Dyke to those persons in the community, those on the higher elevations that were not receiving water, so that, Mr. Speaker, they can have the benefits of water, and that was done complimentary by this government, this ministry, so that those persons could have an ease for the lack of water. Well, Mr. Speaker, those are some of the things that have been long-standing issues, Mr. Speaker. And though I came into this position noting that, water and sewage and roads and those things are long-standing issues, Mr. Speaker, we still continue to work to make sure that those issues are addressed. And, Mr. Speaker, just like I can speak of the roads, I know right now we have some bush cutting to get done within the territory. And, Mr. Speaker, those are things we were happy this 2020 that, yes, we had no hurricanes, but we had a lot of rains. We had a lot of rains, and with rain comes a lot of bush and grass. And, Mr. Speaker, as certain areas we try to address, but it continues to grow. But we are working to address them, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, I just want to reflect on quickly on some of the projects done by the Ministry of Transportation, Works and Utilities this year, because, Mr. Speaker, it was January of this year we had a planning day where we set out our agenda so that we can address some of the projects that were priority. And Mr. Speaker, proudly I can say that from that planning day, we have definitely worked to address a lot of those plans that we had, Mr. Speaker. And I can speak briefly on quite a few we have addressed where we try to beautify. We are working to beautify the city of Road Town. We planted some palm trees, and Mr. Speaker, we are doing remedial work continually. And yes, I know the palm trees were a topic of discussion. Well, Mr. Speaker, those palm trees were, you know, they were purchased, 100 palm trees were purchased for approximately $97,000. And they were planted by a local company here and to be maintained. That contract was, I think, $24,000 approximately. So, Mr. Speaker, just for the record, so that it's not known that the trees were over $1 million, I just want that to be noted, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we also did the traffic turnaround. And, Mr. Speaker, the purpose of that was so that we can have a continuous flow of traffic within the city. And, Mr. Speaker, though, noting we have been importing and licensing a number of vehicles, we are not building any new roads. And, Mr. Speaker, though we have the issue in town where we need to do a bit more education at the roundabout, it's seemed and it's noted that the traffic turnaround is working as expected. And, Mr. Speaker, I must acknowledge the team that worked on that, from the Ministry to Public Works and even Dr. Glasgow, and, you know, the vision to implement that traffic turnaround. And, Mr. Speaker, even with the traffic turnaround, we had to hire some traffic wardens so that we could help with the direction of the traffic, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, that seemed to be quite helpful at the time, because, you know, anyone having to make such a quick change, we understand that you need persons out there directing and assisting with getting the traffic flowing and make sure that persons drive as we mandated. And, Mr. Speaker, you know, I want to speak briefly too on the issue of motor scooters within our territory. Motorcycles as persons within our community. I get the calls, I see the posts about the loudness and the scooters within our territory, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, though the scooters, they are a meaningful mode of transportation, I want to reach out to those riders to ask them to follow what the law says in terms of licensing and insuring their motorcycles. And, Mr. Speaker, I need to acknowledge to the Department of Motor Vehicles for addressing those concerns. They even open on Saturdays and had different programs where we try to encourage those riders to come and license their scooters. And, Mr. Speaker, for those responsible riders, I applaud you for doing the right thing. And for those that are still a bit negligent, I encourage you to get your scooters licensed, come, even have your refrain from taking out the package from your muffler, because it's becoming a nuisance within our territory. And, Mr. Speaker, though I have been working closely with the police, you know, the enforcement agency needs to actually show a more standing in terms of being more prevalent, so that these persons can understand that we are not a lawless community. And, you know, I have many conversations with the chief of police, even the governor who is in charge of security, to make this an issue. Mr. Speaker, when we went through the standing finance and the question was asked about how many persons are within the traffic unit, I think the response was 7 officers within the traffic unit. And Mr. Speaker, to me that shows that traffic is not an important arm of the enforcement agencies, because I think traffic should be more staffed, and even within our city. And Mr. Speaker, if we want to make an impact on vehicles or scooters, I know we have the traffic turn around now, Mr. Speaker, and vehicles only go one way, in one direction. And I think, you know, we can find ways so that we can do a bit more enforcement for these illegal vehicles on our roadway. Because, you know, it's a privilege to be operating on the territory's roadway, but we need to follow what the law states, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I say that to say because, you know, even when we're at home in our homes trying to enjoy some quiet time, is a bit difficult hearing the loudness of these motorcycles. So, Mr. Speaker, you know, I again reach out to, you know, the enforcers of the law to try to address this situation. Mr. Speaker, I remembered I presented this House with some of the bills that we've met in the ministry. And Mr. Speaker, we have paid out quite a huge sum of monies, and we still have pending about, you know, a few. We have right now about $400,000+ more to pay out that is pending at Treasury, but that still doesn't include a lot more pending and outstanding bills, Mr. Speaker. And though we had these bills, and I just want to make mention of another bill that we have pending for a water purchase agreement matter that is close to $900,000 that we are also supposed to be paying out. Mr. Speaker, with all these bills that we made a priority within the ministry, we were still able to address a lot of outstanding issues and work to repair a lot of roads within the territory, Mr. Speaker, do some road patching, and that was done continuously. So, Mr. Speaker, though these bills took priority, Mr. Speaker, and this was an initiative not budgeted for, Mr. Speaker, I need to acknowledge my ministry for trying to live up to our responsibility to pay vendors while trying to still balance and carry out some of our infrastructural maintenance and road improvement project. And Mr. Speaker, though the upcoming year we still have some pending bills on our agenda, and some of those projects are still a main priority that we definitely will be addressing. Mr. Speaker, as I heard the member for Health speak about the COVID situation and the additional cases, and mentioning the traffic, the transportation industry, and trying to maintain and make sure that we do it right, I must acknowledge the taxi and livery team for being a part of this COVID initiative, Mr. Speaker, where we have been taking persons, and I understand it's nearly 1,500 persons that the Taxi and Livery Commission have transported from the airport to the various quarantine facilities. Mr. Speaker, I must acknowledge the Director for Taxi and Livery, Mr. Jovan Parsons, and his team for the work that they are doing and continue to do. And this is a service being provided for free for persons within our community. And Mr. Speaker, this is all a part of the stimulus initiative that was passed in the House I think sometime in June, and we're not in the House, in Cabinet, where we offered a stimulus package for the transportation, the transportation industry. As you know, a lot of persons were affected by COVID. Mr. Speaker, though I am proud to mention that also we launched where we had the shuttle service. We started that last year. And Mr. Speaker, though it was a success, it was something that we were working to achieve this year. It was accelerated now that we had to do it as a stimulus. And we are now doing a shuttle service throughout the territory, Mr. Speaker. And I think at this stage for Road Town, we have engaged about 115 operators, taxi operators, who have been taking part with this shuttle service. We have 17 on Virgin Gorda, 9 on Just Van Dyke, and 7 on Anegada. So we have engaged nearly 150 taxi operators for this stimulus. And I know I get the calls from them, and they are quite thankful for this stimulus that this government has offered to them. And Mr. Speaker, with this shuttle service, I want to let the public know that this is something that we will be bringing forward to you in the coming year, where we intend to have shuttle service continued that would complement the paid parking within the city. Mr. Speaker, this is all a part of us trying to and working towards having a more pedestrian-friendly city where we'd have less congestion, because the numbers for this shuttle service in Road Town, we average right now about 200 riders per day. And I think that is a success in itself. And once we have the parking within the city, paid parking, I expect to see more persons utilizing this service. So, Mr. Speaker, I again acknowledge the Premier for providing that funding as a stimulus and making and addressing, the shuttle in the service, where we'll see more persons hoping to be riding on the shuttle service. Mr. Speaker, I need to also mention, as the member spoke about the sewage project in East End. And Mr. Speaker, that was something, again, long-standing that we, within the budget, and I'm happy that the Premier has made this funding available, $6 million, $6,142,000 available for this project. And yes, we did the groundbreaking in October, but Mr. Speaker, the ministry is working to, we are doing the groundworks in terms of getting this project started. And what I encourage those contractors within the territory to register with the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Transportation their businesses, so that they can be a part of these projects. And Mr. Speaker, another groundbreaking was the Market Square, another long-standing issue that will be addressed in the upcoming year, as well as the economic zone in Hunter's Gut. This is a project, Mr. Speaker, that quite a few persons are excited about it and are already signed up and are excited about having their business where they'll get a hand up and a space where they can operate their business from. Mr. Speaker, as the year comes forward, as we look forward to the upcoming year, Mr. Speaker, I want to acknowledge the residents of the 5th District and say that, I appreciate you, and I appreciate the calls, the encouragement, the concerns. And Mr. Speaker, I asked you 22 months ago to allow me to represent you, Mr. Speaker, and you've given me that chance, and Mr. Speaker, I am grateful for the opportunity to represent you. And though the last time we were here, Mr. Speaker, and you know, this is not just for the 5th District, but for the territory. We have lost so many persons within our territory. You know, Mr. Speaker, we must be thankful for life. Mr. Speaker, our prayers continue to go out to those grieving families, for those that have lost loved one since we were here last. And Mr. Speaker, for those persons within the community that were unable to receive assistance, whether it's from the stimulus or assistance, Mr. Speaker, you know, I understand your pain. I understand your pain because I know how tough it is, Mr. Speaker. And I need to acknowledge the persons within the community who have donated to the food bank within the 5th District that is open every Tuesdays and Thursdays, so that we can provide food items for those persons that are in need. Mr. Speaker, we have received quite a few donations, and I am grateful, and we are happy and thankful. And for those persons that have utilized the service, I'm happy that we could provide this service for you. And Mr. Speaker, in the upcoming year, we will work to maintain the food pantry and other initiatives that will be of assistance to you within the district and the territory. And Mr. Speaker, I acknowledge all the staff within my ministry, the departments, Public Works Department, the team at Public Works, for the work that they have been doing. Yes, we didn't have any hurricanes this year, Mr. Speaker, but with the continuous gut cleaning program, you know, we have seen a year where there was no flooding in Road Town. And Mr. Speaker, I've received calls from some of the businesses, you know, that were a bit nervous when we had those continuous days of rains. And Mr. Speaker, they were happy that there were no flooding within the city this year. And this is a program that will continue. And Mr. Speaker, as this is in preparation for hurricane season, it will be a year-long initiative. And I acknowledge the staff, the director and his team. And Mr. Speaker, water and sewage, the team that goes out there and work to make sure that water is available to all the residents of the territory. Mr. Speaker, I was happy to hear the members speak about some residents for years they were not receiving water, and now they have the ability to have continuous water. I know there are some that are still some issues there, but Mr. Speaker, be assured that we are working on it. And even in the 3rd District, where we've installed the pumps, I know we now have electricity to 3 of those 4 pumps. And Mr. Speaker, hopefully soon we will have those pumps running so that those persons in a higher elevation that were having water issues, there would be no more. So Mr. Speaker, I couldn't leave without mentioning the staff, the ministry, my permanent secretary, for the works that they have been doing in support of this government. And Mr. Speaker, civil aviation, that is something that has been within the ministry, just a line there. I'm happy to see a few dollars there so that we can get this service started, because, Mr. Speaker, we intend for this to be a complement to the many companies within our territory, so that we can have a one-stop shop where you can register your aircrafts, register your boats, register your companies. And Mr. Speaker, this is something that we are making a priority for the upcoming year. And Mr. Speaker, the Ralph T. O'Neill Administration Complex, I must mention that, you know, though COVID allowed us to have a bit of a halt within the program, Mr. Speaker, we are back on schedule, and we are working to get that facility completed at the deadline. And Mr. Speaker, I thank the facilities manager for his work that he has been doing over there, as well as my fire chief for continuing to keep us fire safe. And Mr. Speaker, as the year comes forward, there are a lot of projects, even the restoration of the fire station. That is a project that we'll see done, we'll get started early in the year 2021. So, Mr. Speaker, I just needed to mention those departments and units under my ministry, and grateful for the opportunity to work along with them. And Mr. Speaker, I recognize that we are going through some trying times, but we just need to continue to be prayerful and continue to carry out the works to keep our territory, our economy going, and keep our territory afloat, Mr. Speaker. And with those few words, Mr. Speaker, I say thank you.
I thank the member for the 5th District for his contribution. At this time, I recognize the Minister for Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration, and member for the 9th District, the Honorable Vincent O. Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to give my brief presentation on the 2021 budget. I know I have 2 hours. I'll share a little bit of. Mr. Speaker, it was mentioned a couple times before that this is the 3rd budget in less than 2 years. Actually, I think like 21 months. It's a remarkable achievement. Not because it wasn't doable, but because it wasn't happening. For many, many, many years, I recall budgets being passed all in April, May, June. And I'm not commending the staff for doing it. I'm commending the staff for bringing it back. Because it should be passed the year before, the active year for the budget. It should be passed. But for many, many years, for whatever reason, well, they said leadership matters, so I guess maybe there's some not so aggressive leadership. So I must thank the Premier for his leadership and insisting that the budget be passed in its lawful time, which is the year before the year becomes effective. And having said that, I want to also thank the FS and his team, because putting a budget together is no easy feat. It takes months upon months of work with the tape of experts studying all the global trends in every single area and trying to make forecasts, because that's what our budget really is. We're going to forecast these activities here, and the amount of money we're going to make from the activities, and what then we're going to do with the money we raise to help the people who sent us here. That is the bottom line to this budget here. So we've been through all the studies. Then we meet together to discuss the budget. We call it standing finance for the students listening. That's where all 13 members and the various departments get together and go over all the proposals for what's going to make up the final budget. Once that is done, we meet again in standing finance to again decide what's in and what's out, and to juggle around the numbers before it's put together as a final document to be brought to the House to then be debated upon in the House before it is finally passed. So I commend the Premier for making sure that for the 2nd year in a row, we pass the budget in its appropriate time, which is before the effective year. Mr. Speaker, the member for the 8th, he mentioned a word earlier, a little phrase. He said the budget didn't reflect what he sees on the ground. Doesn't reflect his reality, according to his perception, on the ground. Well, I'm not sure which ground he's really standing on. Because, like your members say, every single member, every single minister here will tell you that when they got to the ministry, there was so much left undone. And we know government's a continuum. But if you have to waste the time trying to fix things in the back before you can move forward, it's a problem. The member for the Fifth said a while ago about the bills we have to pay. You don't have left some money, but if you left $10 for me, and then left $100 in bills for me, I still in a hole. Yes, you left some money, but you also left bills. And the bills were more than the money you left. We had to pay out, I think, what, 3 weeks ago, Delta Petroleum. They're going on for years now, 8 years now. We have fighting with that. Global Water, here again, millions of dollars. And on and on we can go with these things that were there. That's the reality that we've been meeting on the ground. All these bills that were left there. And fixing all the buildings that were destroyed during the hurricanes. And homes destroyed through the hurricanes. That's 3 years ago, Mr. Speaker. That's the reality on the ground. Now, Mr. Speaker, they have a new buzzword out now. They ain't got no plan. They ain't got no strategy. Yeah, all the who have plan had to change every single plan. Like I saw just this morning or yesterday about Grenada. Everybody was saying, you should do like Grenada, do like St. Lucia, be like Bahamas. Y'all ain't got no plan. You know what you're doing. I said before, there is no playbook for COVID. Your plans in the face of COVID is next to nonsense. You have to go take it day by day and adjust accordingly. You can't run too fast. I remember the kind of pressure I was under. Oh, Labour, do this, do that. Watch Bahamas, watch St. Lucia. You can't jump out there really, really early. All these fancy plans and all this stimulus thing. Every single one had to change that. Little beef here, still here going steady. Steady she goes down the road. Steady she goes. Tweaking and changing as we go along. There's no playbook, Mr. Speaker. Imposters should make the public feel there is a playbook, and we are following the playbook. There's no playbook. COVID is called novel. We haven't seen it before. There's no playbook for it. So, Mr. Speaker, we are here again with another budget. And in keeping with what I just said about all the things we have to fix, Mr. Speaker, the member for the second spoke a lot about NHI. He had a whole long treatise on NHI, as if it came into existence yesterday. They brought it into existence, they brought it here. They came in with good intention, good idea, and poor implementation. Very, very poor implementation. Mr. Speaker, it's up to us now to fix that. We have $1 million put aside to fix NHI. It's not a plus to fix NHI, it's a must. We have to fix NHI. I hear these stories every single day. I went to NHI, I couldn't use a card. I went there, they tell me this, I ain't working, I can't pay. $1 million I hear every single day, waiting in Texas or WhatsApp. Minister, fix NHI. Yes, it's going to be fixed. Give us a little chance. Give us a little chance. We are working on it. You had years to fix it. As a matter of fact, it didn't even have to be where it is, because they knew how to start it properly. Some do have bad intention about things. Foolishness happen. But don't worry, we're here now. We're here. It will be addressed. And I want to thank the staff of NHI for the work they're doing. They get a lot of blame. It's not their fault. They have a broken system. And I've said it before, and I say it now. I want NHI to be a success story like Social Security. And when it's fixed, it will be just that. Even things we don't pay for now, the time will come when you're going to have the funding to expand the coverage of NHI. Yes, it has problems, but we met those problems there. Don't make it seem the problems happened 20 months ago when we came in. The problems were there for a long time. Social Security is going very well, Mr. Speaker, and I commend the director and all of them. She's on her last go round now for the excellent work she has been doing with Social Security. It's a hard-working, again, I want to commend the hard-working team there for going above being a call of duty to make sure policies got a little stimulus. It wasn't anything planned for or budgeted for. In the age of COVID with social distancing, it was a challenge, but they worked weekends, they worked overtime to make sure policies got a little stimulus. My God, they still want to crucify them. They did the best they could given the circumstances, and they still want to crucify them. I thank you all. Nobody going to tell you thanks. I am telling you all, thank you for the stellar job that you did processing all those thousands of claims. Mr. Speaker, in this budget here, I was so happy. The member for the third during standing finance asked a very important question. We were discussing land matters, one of my subjects. And he said there was some money, there used to be monies there a long time ago for us to be able to cut roads in the lands unit. Well, I must thank the Premier for putting that money back there. Because, Mr. Speaker, we campaign on empowering the people, particularly the youth, through land ownership. We campaign on that. Then you get there, you got to clean up all these problems, and then they made sure you couldn't fix the problem by taking all the money they need to put roads into the properties for subdivisions. So I want to thank the Premier for making sure that the ministry has that money now. We could go and cut those roads, get subdivisions in, and get lands in the hands of the people. So I'm asking you young people, I've been saying that a billion times, save your money so you can buy land when it becomes available. It is going to become available. We have the money to start cutting the roads now. We want to start all in next year. I don't want to hear it's too expensive. Oh, I don't have any money. Oh, I don't want to hear it. Save your money. Save some money. So when the time comes, you could buy the land and you're working so hard to make sure it becomes available for you. So save your money. $100 a month, that can't kill you. Save some money. And while I'm talking about lands, I want to thank again the lands unit and my entire ministry, the PS and our staff, for all the work they do to keep all these subjects moving. Mr. Speaker, you see we have no district left out with this government here. There's not a part of my ministry that's left behind. Every single part of my ministry, whether it be NHI, Social Security, lands, immigration, custom, labor, environment, every single thing moving full speed, Mr. Speaker. Because nearly every area was lacking. The reality was all of them were not really supposed to be. But government is a continuity. Mr. Speaker, I move on to immigration. Again, I thank the Premier for his support in making sure there's funding in the budget to continue the reforms we are doing, the modernization we are doing in immigration. We hope to make our next big move between immigration and labor by January. You can stay from home or anywhere and upload your documents into the office and track the documents through the process. You don't have to waste time coming in there. Sooner or later, we're going to have where you can share the documents between all the departments. Submit your documents one time, that's later on. You submit them one time, and they share all the relevant departments that need to use those documents. I find it annoying that you go to 5 government departments, and the 5 want the same thing, and they got to bring the same thing 5 times. That's wasting paper and wasting people's time. In the age of COVID, we don't have time to waste, and the more you can do things online and keep persons away from others, the safer we will be. We're doing the same thing with reforms in labor. We're modernizing the labor force, automating it. So, Mr. Speaker, we'll have more time to do more inspections. Because once we automate the systems now, you need less persons in there watching what's going on, and we can then go and do inspections in the workplace. Because like we always say, people always do what's inspected, not what's expected. So we have to start inspecting our workplace to make sure it's operating the way it's supposed to operate. Because persons are doing a lot of foolishness. There's some companies, they're model companies. They're doing every single thing you expect them to do. And then they got a set over there. Mr. Speaker, I just wonder sometimes about the human species. I just wonder sometimes, how could humans treat other human beings like that? As if they're objects. Mr. Speaker, until we get in there in the workforce, in your workplace, looking over your shoulder, they will never do better. They will never do better. So I'm glad that I have the money in there so I could now go and do what I have to do, my inspections in there. And sometimes it will be just surprise inspections too. Just show up. So you better be at your P's and Q's at all times because you don't know when you're coming. You will not know when we are coming. You can do surprise inspections. So keep your house in order. And Mr. Speaker, we're down to the environment. And the member mentioned a lot of the environment. Yes, there are things we have to do, and they will be in the works. We plan to ban TBT in paints, anti-foreign paint, causes trouble in the environment, certain species like conchs and so forth. That's coming. Mr. Speaker, that's coming. We have to look at single-use plastic. We have to look at styrofoam. We have to look at harmful suntan lotion. We saw we had a stony cow disease some months back. It's still around. Our environment is what sustains us, Mr. Speaker. And we have to make sure, going forward, that the environment is taken care of. And of course, Mr. Speaker, you also mentioned sewage in those boats. Yes, we are having discussions. It's not a very simple problem. We're already having several discussions tackling the different systems, because there are two kinds of systems for sewage treatment when it comes to the marine: the freshwater systems and the saltwater systems. If you have to have both, you double your cost. Both of those systems running at the same time, you have doubled your cost. So we have to make sure that we are doing the right thing. Mr. Speaker, so they can't say we don't have a plan. We know exactly what we're going to do. But there are those who feel if the planning days it ain't no good. We do have a plan. You might like the plan or agree with it, but it's a plan. And because you ain't do it, mean it ain't no good. Because there's no playbook for this COVID season. We do have our plans and strategies. Go through the budget, they're there. We're doing the all reality on the ground. We know these things there, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day will help our people. Mr. Speaker, remember you said that the things he's seeing here doesn't help the people. I don't know how you can say those kind of words. Mr. Speaker, we're here past a budget of $402 million. Never said this in the House before. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, we have to bring in these new revenue streams. We have to, Mr. Speaker. We don't have a choice. But they brought in through legislation. And we're bringing the legislation here bit by bit to get it through. I've said it before. At $402 million, we're going to still have a serious problem in this country. It's a problem of attraction and retention of talent. Until we bring this budget up to about $1 billion, which are some of the things we are doing now, we have problems that is going to be there for a long time. We bring these new revenues in, the cannabis, the gambling, to make sure we are building a strong economy. Mr. Speaker, there are so many talented people around the world, doctors, lawyers, scientists, you name it, but they're not going to come here to work for us. They will not come here. So we are busy building the world with the same talent here to build our country. It will not happen, Mr. Speaker, until we build new industries and build rising and I think I had one more. Oh, yes. And green development. Speaker, in every you have to go after the opportunities. Here we go. Things in here. We are going to here. That's the new way of thinking. Don't expect government to sit down and do things. They're done through people. Things we are ability. Budget. Get on. Into reality. Because the ground we stand on is good ground, real ground. We just
Member for the 7th District, Dr. the Honorable Natalio D. Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this debate on the merits of the Appropriation Act and the estimates. Mr. Speaker, a lot of what needs to be said has been said, so I won't be too long this evening, just maybe about a half an hour or so. Mr. Speaker, I believe that this administration is doing a fantastic job in the midst of a COVID-19 period. And as has been said before, the budget debate and the passage of the budget is one of the most important processes that an administration goes through in the course of a year. And I truly want to congratulate the Ministry of Finance on the accomplishment of being so efficient and hardworking to ensure that we will pass this budget, this 2021 budget in 2020. The same thing we did last year. And we did an excellent job as well right after being elected in having to pass that budget and massage it to help the people. Mr. Speaker, I wish the Financial Secretary was here because I want to use the opening of my debate this evening to really celebrate this man by the name of Glenroy Forbes, who has worked in finance. Of course, he took a break somewhere in there, but he worked in finance from 1986. 1986, Mr. Speaker. That's a long time. That's 30, maybe around 34 years. And this is his last budget. And he deserves all the praise, all the commendation, all the adulation that we can muster, Mr. Speaker. He deserves it. And this last budget, Mr. Speaker, I would say is his finest work yet. And in partnership with the Minister of Finance, I believe they've been able to make magic happen. That partnership between Glenroy Forbes, Financial Secretary, and Minister of Finance, Honorable Andrew Foy, has produced magic. Because Brother Forbes, he knows the rules very well. And in my view, he can be a real example for all the other technocrats out there in terms of facilitating the political directorate. Some technocrats, you have to ask them, well, when did you get elected? Because some of them do not know how to work with the political directorate and be able to facilitate the will of the people. It's the elected government. I believe Brother Glenroy Forbes, he will let you know, well, within the rules, this is what we can do. And of course, you'll say, well, this is what it is you're trying to achieve. And he'll look at the rules and look at the constraints that we have, and he'll see how he can get it done for you, because he recognizes that you are elected to serve the people. And in this COVID-19 period, what we should be saying, I'm surprised I haven't heard it, is surprise and astonishment, Mr. Speaker. Minister of Finance, Financial Secretary, how you get it balanced, how you get it done. I mean, I was expecting to hear, I mean, I know we have the opposition, we have the government, and everybody has their goals that they want to achieve, and they want to make persons look at themselves favorably. But let me give Jackie jacket. I mean, you look at tourism being shut down. Tourism being shut down. Since when is it? March, April? Right up until now. Tourism being one of our two main economic pillars. You still had to make sure that all these unemployed persons got groceries, got food to eat. We had the various stimulus packages we had to do. It was not optional to keep people afloat during this particular period. You had to continue stimulating the construction industry to make sure that we don't go down, that we make sure the economy stays stimulated. We had to continue spending money, and the money was not coming in the same way. People should be asking, Brother Forbes, how did you get it done? Minister Foy, how did you get this done? This is amazing. I've never seen anything like it before. This is special, Mr. Speaker, what has taken place here. Many of our Caribbean brothers and sisters had to go and take out huge loans. They're into debt up to their necks. We should be praising the work of the Financial Secretary and the Minister of Finance and their team. How did you do? You have not taken a loan. How did you get it done? It's amazing, Mr. Speaker. So I praise the Financial Secretary, and I praise the Minister of Finance, Mr. Speaker. We come here year after year and we pass budgets. Year after year. But this is the first time that I can remember in the last 20 years where we are really moving the needle. We come here and we speak about the need to diversify our economy. What real steps have we taken in the last 20 years to diversify? So the Minister of Finance must be commended, because not just this budget, but the budget before, and since taking office, he has understood very clearly that we have to diversify the economy. We can't keep coming here and talking about it. We have to do something about it. And when you want to diversify, Mr. Speaker, there's so many obstacles in your path. That's why you have, you need a Minister of Finance who has some guts, who has some resilience, who has some stamina, who knows to knock down obstacles, move around obstacles to get to your path. We need to be able to diversify, and we have a Minister of Finance who is able to do that. We have a Minister of Finance who understands that this is the people's money, the taxpayers' money, and it has to hit the target. Don't fool yourself that because you pass a budget that the people will automatically see a benefit. No, we have created another world, this whole bureaucracy, that could eat up all the money and the people see no benefit whatsoever. So you have to have a Minister of Finance who understands the reason for this whole process that we're going through. All of these long hours that we're dealing with, it is to serve the people. And not just a select group of people, but all the people. The people in every single district. And I'm going to get to that, Mr. Speaker, because we can attest that this expenditure that we have is hitting the target in every single district. Every single corner, whether it's opposition district or government district, it doesn't matter. It is hitting the target. So the Minister of Finance must be commended, along with the Financial Secretary. Very fine work. Mr. Speaker, just so persons can follow me, I'll speak a little bit about revenue, existing streams of revenue, as well as new streams of revenue. I'll speak a little bit about expenditure, recurrent expenditure, capital expenditure, expenditure in the ministries, particularly my ministry, and expenditure in the districts, particularly my district, with a few things sprinkled in here or there. Mr. Speaker, we have the financial services and we have tourism. We know what's been happening with tourism, Mr. Speaker. Let me commend the Minister of Health, the HEOC team, along with all of us in Cabinet, in the House of Assembly, all of the different departments and ministries who have come together to ensure that we can have a reopening. As has been said before, Mr. Speaker, we came under some heavy criticism for our reopening plans. Mr. Speaker, I believe, I don't want to misquote, but I believe it must have been an opposition member who said that we needed to have civil disobedience. Is that the correct term I'm using? Civil disobedience, because we came out with I believe that at that time we had a 4-day quarantine and some other things. I mean, the sky was falling, Mr. Speaker. And now we see, this is why you can't when you're a leader, you have to lead, and you're not necessarily shaken by any breeze that blow. It doesn't mean that you ignore persons, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't mean that you ignore the cries of the people. But you have to listen to the people's cry, and you have to use wisdom. And you have to educate persons as well. And you don't necessarily just listen to some of the loudest voices. You have to go all throughout the community and listen to all the voices. Some of the persons who are not going to be on the radio making a bunch of noise, but you speak to them in their homes, and they're telling you, you know what, especially our older folks, we want you to be careful with this thing. Because we cannot sacrifice persons' lives for the sake of $1. When we speak about balancing health and economic activity, we have to understand, Mr. Speaker, that life is more important than money. It's not an equal thing. Life is number one. And then after that, you have some hope. And you'll see what you can do to be able to make sure that we all survive and thrive together. But life has to be number one. So we have our reopening now, and we see persons who came with negative PCR tests to the territory. Negative PCRs. And then when they came here, on day 0, they test positive. You have people who come here with negative PCRs. They arrive with a negative PCR. They test negative on the first day, here, day 0. And on the 4th day, they test positive. Mr. Speaker, this is what we were trying to tell people all the time. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? This is what happened in other jurisdictions who did not take this type of procedure. And we don't wish bad on anyone. We have to learn from the mistakes of others. And we have to take our time and make sure we do it correctly. But the reason why some others have some big outbreaks, Mr. Speaker, is because some of these things that we were talking about all the time. And we have to stay diligent, because even if you put a plan in place, you have to make sure that plan is well executed and everybody is disciplined and goes according to the strategy. Or else we can have some problems here, Mr. Speaker. So we have to stay diligent about it. But I would say, despite the fact that we have some challenges, we have managed to be able to open up our territory for some tourism, and there are some persons who haven't had a job in a while, and they've reported back to work. That is a victory, Mr. Speaker. And we have to make sure we take our time. We don't rush the brush and then have to shut down the place. Take your time and make sure you get things right, and you grow. You grow. You get in a rush, you're going to start trip up yourself and get into some problems. Yes, people are anxious. Yes, people might be annoyed by this or that. But you have to have some trust in your leaders, your elected leaders, and those persons who are in these technical positions, these health experts who are advising, these experts on the border control, immigration, all of the different persons in the respective areas. You have to have some trust in them, Mr. Speaker. We won't steer you wrong. We get together, we have some massive debates. So what does the Premier say? Half a loaf better than no loaf at all. We have a little money coming in from tourism, and by God's grace, we'll be able to have a safe season, and some persons would have seen some benefit from the money that will be spent in our economy as a result of tourism. But tourism will not be as it was before in 2021. Okay? Financial services. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition spoke about we need a global partner. That's what he used. And Mr. Speaker, I have nothing against a global partner if it was really a partnership. If that's really what it was, a partnership, I wouldn't mind it. But I don't like the idea of being bullied, Mr. Speaker. You're not going to, I don't know if I can use the word urinate, Mr. Speaker, in here. But you're not going to tell me it's raining. You ain't going to tell me it's raining. And then tell me we're in a partnership. All the time you hear bullying me and then you tell me we partners, we good. But somehow in this partnership, you have all the say, I don't have any say at all. Let's take a look at financial services, Mr. Speaker. Financial services. We have been compliant with international regulations. They change the goalposts on you. We do whatever it is required of us. And now we have this issue about open registers, which was not, this issue was not pushed by any international agency like the OECD or Financial Action Task Force, any of these IMF. It was pushed by some backbenchers in the United Kingdom Parliament who wanted to justify to their constituents in the United Kingdom why the UK had some financial challenges as a result of global economic crisis. And they found a nice issue to be able to get some political mileage out of with this whole idea of open registers. This is the reason why the money not hitting the target in the United Kingdom. And we have a system here called BOSS, Beneficial Ownership Secure Search System. And law enforcement agencies have the ability to find out the beneficial owners of any of the companies which are registered here in the Virgin Islands. And they have been making requests, and those requests have been fulfilled, or are being fulfilled within, Premier, I believe it's 24 hours. 24 hours. They make requests, they can have 24 to 48 hours, somewhere around there. They can have their issues fulfilled. And now I'm seeing a draft order in council. This is what partners do. Can you impose a draft order in council on the United States of America? Can you impose it on the Republic of China? The only reason you can impose it on us is because we are a small colony of the United Kingdom. Because we were once enslaved by the United Kingdom, and we have a relationship with them, which is a colonial relationship. And I say thanks be to God that the UN has declared this decade, yet again, the decade to eradicate colonialism. Did I say that correctly, Premier? The decade to eradicate colonialism. Because when they came with the common reporting standards, when the OECD came with the common reporting standards, the United States rejected it. Even though the United States had just imposed on the entire world a FATCA. OECD came with the common reporting standards, they rejected it. Because the United States is big and they're bad. But little BVI, you can do whatever you want to the little BVI. Is that a partnership? I would say no, Mr. Speaker. I would say we are being bullied internationally by the one entity which is supposed to be protecting us. Now, I'm all for diplomacy. I'm all for all of us getting along. But if we have to smile and grin and pretend that everything is okay when it is not, I'm not going to do that. Because I stand up with my back straight. I'm not going to bow or kowtow to anybody. My ancestors didn't work hard for me to do that. I can tell you that. So if that's what you're looking from me, you could forget about it. I see myself as equal to anybody else in the world. And I'm going to be treated fairly and justly, and we'll go ahead and we'll have a good time. We'll be the best of friends. But you're not going to abuse me and think that I'm going to laugh and grin about it. Yeah? So financial services is heavily under attack. And of course, we have the economic substance as well. All the companies are going to have to report and show that they have some kind of substance. They are conducting some type of activity on our shores here in the Virgin Islands. So it's not going to be what it was before. So there's a need to diversify. So over the past year, we passed gaming, we passed cannabis, and we have some other things coming that's going to bring in some more revenue. Now, I want persons to look this up. The United Kingdom is the biggest exporter in the world of medicinal cannabis. Google it if you don't believe me. The United Kingdom produces more medical cannabis for export than any country in the world. They have a massive operation. And their own people, Google it, have called them, those persons who need medicine in the United Kingdom, have called the United Kingdom hypocrites because of their stance and their position on medical cannabis. The biggest producer in the world, you know, Mr. Speaker. Nobody in the world exports more medical cannabis than the United Kingdom. Mr. Speaker, we have the international obligations through the United Nations when it comes to cannabis. One is called the 1961 Single Convention on Narcotics, I believe the name of it is, 1961. And in that convention, cannabis is in the strictest schedule of control, which is Schedule 4. But even in that convention, Mr. Speaker, those who sign on are allowed to administer medical cannabis, but it just has to be controlled and regulated through a government entity to be able to administer it. And of course, you need things like prescriptions. So when we brought the bill to the House and we didn't have prescriptions in it, the Attorney General instructed us, the then Attorney General, that we had to make some adjustments to the bill to make sure it complied with international standards. And we made all the changes we had to make. Our learned friend, Baba Aziz, painstakingly went through each aspect of that convention and made sure that it complied with every international obligation. And, Mr. Speaker, the bill was a good bill. And then we go to the governor. The bill went to the governor for assent. And this, Mr. Speaker, you made international news with what you said about assent in earlier sitting or session. Or it might have been the same session we were in, Mr. Speaker. Because assent is being used here in the territory in a very colonial way. In the United Kingdom, what you quoted, that probably for the last 200-300 years, you have to go back 200-300 years to find a time when royal assent was not given in the United Kingdom. Because once it's the will of the people, royal assent is almost like a rubber stamp. Here in the Virgin Islands, it's not so. We're not afforded that same treatment. The will of the people is not respected as it is in the United Kingdom. So you have a governor who's using assent as a veto to veto anything that he or she or the United Kingdom not in favor of. And that is not a partnership. And let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, when we speak about some of the things we're speaking about in terms of the local government having autonomy and having control and power over their own affairs, some persons look at it as though you just want this power for yourself, that the governor is some kind of check and balance to local leaders who want to be too powerful. I want to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that this relationship we have with the United Kingdom is hurting the people from being able to get their benefits. Because I have a set of people in my district who are unemployed. And I have to rack my brain around ways of trying to get them employed. When the Premier put forward a plan to have at least, in the first instance, 100 persons employed up on that farm, and it would employ way more than 100 persons, because the industry has so many spin-off opportunities. It's hurting people from getting employment. I have persons telling me, texting me just a little while ago, they're hungry. You know, can I do something for them? I have to call restaurants and say, let this person come and pick up some food, and I'll pay you tomorrow. This is the type of thing that's happening in the territory. You're hurting these persons from being able to get jobs. The government would be able to make lots of tax revenue to be able to do all of these things that I hear the opposition complaining about, which I'm going to get to in a minute. Yeah? The BVI lost, our financial services lost the biggest deal in their history because this law was not assented to. One of our grandest companies, greatest companies, financial services companies here, lost the biggest deal in their history because this law was not assented to. We've had some big-time investors who, you know what, we just can't wait any longer. So thanks, but no thanks. When you talk about investing, you have to build investor confidence. One thing about investor confidence is having a stable political situation. So you have a majority government elected by the people who come to office. They have the power to be able to pass legislation. And now you have the threat of a governor not assenting, which is hurting investor confidence. Not good for business. It's hurting our people. And we have all the other gaming and other things which are coming on stream, Mr. Speaker, which will provide us with more revenue. Let me go to expenditure, Mr. Speaker. We have recurrent expenditure, which over the years has grown and grown and grown and grown and grown. And it took our Honorable Andrew Foy to come in as Minister of Finance to stop the growth of the recurrent expenditure. Because we may not like it, because when we go to him and we say we want this, we want that, we want this, we want that, he's going to tell you, guess what? We're not going to grow the recurrent. And we're going to bawl, and we're going to bawl, and we're going to bawl. But guess what? The recurrent cannot continue to rise. It's unsustainable, especially when you look at what's happening with your two economic pillars. I was pleased to see in a presentation that I witnessed through department and ministry heads of government meeting led by the Deputy Governor, that the growth of the civil service has been arrested. The civil service is not growing as it was before. In fact, it has contracted a bit because we have persons retiring, of course. But we're being creative about filling positions. And some instances you combine duties, etc., to make sure that you don't continue to grow the civil service. Because the biggest expense in the recurrent is salaries. And of course, we have an unfunded liability in the pensions, which at some point has to be addressed. So, Minister of Finance came in and has made sure that we don't continue to grow the recurrent. And we've done something which has been spoken about for a long time, which is the e-government. The e-government will save us money. It's going to save us time. It's going to save us energy. Because all of this paper that we have, all of this stationery, on the goods and services, it costs a lot. And e-government will help us to save money. And we come in with the solar. Solar is going to help us diversify our energy supply. And that's going to help us save money. So what we want to become is more efficient, more effective, more green. We want to become greener. And we want the civil service to be right-sized. This will allow us to get what we've been speaking about for years, value for money. Sometimes they only want to talk about value for money in a certain context. But this administration is clearly focused on value for money. Mr. Speaker, in terms of expenditure in the ministries, we have numbers on the page, and that's important, Mr. Speaker. But don't you know you could pass a budget and sometimes you can't get the money spent? Does it make sense to pass a budget with all of these numbers and then when you go to execute you can't get the money spent? Because you have a million bureaucratic processes and you have persons putting obstacles in your path? Let me say, Mr. Speaker, that this group that I'm working with now, this group of ministers, I spoke about the Minister of Finance, but let me speak about the other ministers here. These are some of the most progressive, hard-working, intelligent, action and goal-oriented group of individuals you'll find. I mean, I've been incredibly impressed working with this particular group. This team is a team that cares about people, but this is a team that gets stuff done. And in my first year coming in here, Mr. Speaker, I would say it's a quick learning process that you have to go through. But I start to realize some of the tricks, Mr. Speaker, to get this money spent. And, you know, right now, I would say we found our rhythm as a group. We won't tell you some of the tricks, Mr. Speaker, but we found our rhythm as a group. And I think this year, 2021, will be the best year ever for actually executing the budget. And sometimes you have to get very aggressive. And let me say, Mr. Speaker, that sometimes I feel like I'm complaining about the civil service. We have so many hard-working civil servants in the system. Persons who are educated, persons who love people. But every now and again, we have some blockages in the system. And I should speak as well, Mr. Speaker, about some of those comments the governor made. Sometimes those type of comments help to cause a problem as well. Because the political directorate trying to get things moving, trying to get the money to hit the target, but then you have this fear hanging over the civil servants. You know, and these comments that they make, I believe, are made for a specific purpose. You have this fear that the auditor is going to come, and even though you pass policies in cabinet, it's almost like they don't respect your policies that you pass. To be able to ensure that you make government more efficient, more effective, and help it to hit the target. And then they have this kind of fear that even though you have the policy in place, even though you're conforming with all the laws, somebody making it seem like you're doing something wrong. And so they're afraid to act. And so they prefer not to do anything sometimes because they think they're going to get in trouble. And we have to be able to eliminate that fear. And we can't play along with this whole idea, this whole concept that you have some kind of corruption or something taking place in the Virgin Islands. It's the least corrupt place on the planet. Now, you have some other nations on the planet who need to look at themselves before they start speaking about others when it comes about corruption and things like that. Look at yourself. And one of these days, I don't have the time now, I'm going to bring some real examples of some of the corrupt practices that have happened elsewhere. It's the least corrupt place you'll find, Mr. Speaker. So it's not enough just to put figures on a paper. You have to be able to execute the budget. And I believe we have a good team to be able to execute the budget among the different ministries. In terms of my ministry, Mr. Speaker, my ministry is very important in the development of this territory because it deals with education. It deals, and if you want persons to be able to participate in your economy, if you want persons to exhibit the type of behavior that you want them to be able to exhibit in their families and in the society, it starts with education. From time a child is born, you have to start educating that child, or that child starts to learn. And we have a system here. We have the Premier Minister of Finance has invested, he's a former Minister of Education, you know, Mr. Speaker. He has invested in education. Education is not going to suffer under this Premier. So he's invested from the pre-primary straight up to the tertiary level. And we're making sure, even though in the COVID-19 period, that our schools are equipped with technology. Never before in the history of the Virgin Islands has so much been invested in the technology in education. We gave all the children laptops. We've had orders and orders of laptops, and nobody can come to me and tell me that their child is going to school just with their phone now, because we have more than enough laptops for those children. You just have to go to the Ministry of Education and sign up for the laptop. And we even have a rent-to-own program that we're running right now. And we had so many persons donate laptops, lots of laptops being donated. And the Minister of Finance has made monies available to be able to fix up these schools, to solve whatever challenges we might have in the infrastructure. Lots of work going to be going on in the schools over this Christmas break and And beyond that, we're going to make sure the schools are well equipped to receive students. But we have to be very careful because we're still in the COVID-19 period. So we're going to be continuing with the hybrid education. Even some persons are, tired of it. But there's some persons who love it, I have to tell you. Some persons say they don't even want to go back to school. Some of them there who's going to school and getting bullied and think, they say, man, leave me here in my room, let me stay on this laptop here. I comfortable here. But there's some people who love it, Mr. Speaker. But now we have the option. If the children, for whatever reason, have to stay home, you can continue school. Or you can go into school if the conditions are right to do that. So we are in a stronger position now than we were in before. And it was mentioned here about Jas Van Dyke Primary School. Jas Van Dyke Primary School is a heavy priority. But I have to say to you, Mr. Speaker, that Jas Van Dyke Primary School was supposed to be built way before the hurricanes of 2017, Jas Van Dyke Primary School is supposed to get a school for a very, very long time. And I hear many opposition members come in here and complain about things that have not been done. But what they forget to tell you is when they were in for 8 years prior, that they didn't do any of these things that needed to get done. They left it all for us to do and want us to accomplish all that they didn't do in all of those years in 2 years, in less than 2 years. But guess what? We've been elected to do a job, so we're going to come and knock down all of these little problems that they presenting to us. As soon as they bring them to us, we're going to just knock them down. How many problems, how many 50, 40-year-old, 30-year-old problems we solved since we're here? And, we're doing the sewage in Eastern Langlook now, which I wasn't supposed to get to my district yet, but there's so many things that have come up that we've been solving these things left and right. I can list them off for you. We had land problem up there. Mayors, Enos Adams, we solved that. I mean, the Minister of Lands, he's solving a different problem every week. Traffic turnaround, another thing that we solve, and Market Square, another thing that we solve for ages. And we can go on and on and on. It was mentioned, I'm not sure if the Minister of Health brought this up. We came in there after the hurricanes and they speak about they had a housing program. They had a housing program and they left the government in a good place for us to get going. But I heard from the Minister of Health that you had a lot of people who couldn't get approved for these loans that they had. So we had to make sure that we converted those loans to grants and help the people. They had all the money tied up in these loans that people couldn't qualify for. And we had to get the people helped. Yeah, of course, we've been talking about Department of Disaster Management. People have been talking about that returning to local government for some time. Now we brought it back where it belongs. With the people, our agencies were doing most of the work anyway, with public works. You have the firemen, you have water and sewage, all of them had a role to play. So we brought that home to where it deserves, where it needs to be, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we have the Jas Van Dyke Primary School. It's going to be built. We have Isabella Morris. We're going to turn that into a junior high school, Mr. Speaker. I must say as well that we coming up with designs for a museum and a library combined. We have a fantastic design for a museum and a library combined, and we'll probably have the archives with it as well. Okay? We're going to be doing some work on the multi-sports complex, making sure that all our recreational facilities are up to par. And I'm not sure if we've had this type of injection into recreational facilities in a long time. And we have a new recreation trust, and we're going to be hearing a lot more about our recreational facilities. But Mr. Speaker, something I'm very excited about is what's happening in agriculture and fisheries. Because we spoke about the diversification of the economy. And we've been talking about agriculture and fisheries for a very long time. I must commend the Minister of Transportation, Works and Utilities, because he's been working so well with me to provide water for the farmers. Every now and again we have a little challenge in terms of a part for a pump or whatever like that. But we have budgeted, Mr. Speaker, monies to make sure that we completely eliminate this water problem from Parakeeta Bay altogether, so that we can have a consistent supply of water 24/7 to the farmers in Parakeeta Bay. That's another one that we've been speaking about for years. This administration will solve it once and for all. Mr. Speaker, we come in with a marketing authority. Very soon we're going to come back to the House of Assembly with this bill for a marketing authority that will turn agriculture and fisheries into a statutory body, which is something that we campaigned on. It was in our manifesto. And it's going to have the financial dexterity and the autonomy to be able to meet the market demands. And we're going to build a nice little agricultural and fisheries depot up there in Parakeeta Bay, and we'll have landing sites throughout the Virgin Islands, the different islands and the different areas of the island. And that's something that's going to help us diversify our economy. We're going to have a real agriculture and fisheries economy very shortly. I can promise you that. And of course, you know, we're coming back with the farmers exhibition, which will add fish into that as well. So things are happening, things are moving, and of course we spoke a little bit about sports, youth affairs, culture. Culture is moving. Persons have been seen revitalize culture, and you cannot underestimate the investment that we're making in culture. Because of our persons who don't know their identity, they don't know their history and their roots, anybody could twist you and turn you wherever they want to. So it's important for us to learn our history, our heritage, and our culture. In the 7th District, before I go to the 7th District, Mr. Speaker, I have to commend the Minister of Finance and all the ministers, because the opposition gets as much attention as any representative in a district. In fact, I know opposition members are in the opposition, and it's their job to be able to try to tell the people what they think we're not doing. But I know they're saying to themselves silently, boy, I like this. I like what's going on here. Because I never in my life had this amount of money to spend in my district yet. Some real action happening. Some real action happening up and down all of the districts. The money is hitting the target. So I know those guys, when the cameras come on, they're going to be huffing and hemming and hawing and all of that. But once the cameras turn off, they're saying, boy, Premier, keep it coming. Keep that finance coming. Because trust me, a lot of people get help. People who they needed a lifeline. In the past, they were sinking and somebody threw them an anchor. We threw them a life raft. We threw them a life jacket. We ain't throwing no more anchors when you're drowning. People getting some serious help, Mr. Speaker. And when the leader of the opposition says that the budget doesn't reflect what you see on the ground. I'm not sure what he's looking at. Because, Mr. Speaker, it's not necessarily the figures in the budget or the project in the budget, you know. It's how you go about using it. All of these things in this budget are to serve the people. And then when you take a look at our philosophy, we have to empower our own people to conduct the activity. Like in the construction sector, it's been so many local contractors that's gotten work over the last year. And in all of these different projects, we want to see that our people are the ones doing these projects. And in this COVID-19 period, we're making sure that the economic benefits are spread throughout the territory. There's nothing wrong with that, because times are hard in COVID-19 and you have to make sure that the economic activity is spread throughout the community. If one group of individuals keep getting all the contracts, that's not good. Everybody, you have to spread. Of course, persons must be qualified. And of course, I have to commend again Minister of Transportation, because when he's conducting things like the sewage project, making sure we get value for money by procuring all of the materials and making sure that they do the bill of quantities and showing persons where they have to come in, or how they have to get the job done, how much they have to get the job done for. These are things that ensure value for money and at the same time make sure that multiple persons get a piece of the action. Because all of us have families to feed. All of us have children that we have to send to school. So we have to make sure that everybody has a piece of the action. So, Mr. Speaker, I think I'm getting close to my 30 minutes. So I have to try and see if I could start to close out, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my district is an area that for many years we've had challenges with employment, challenges with infrastructure. But I have to thank the entire team, the Minister of Health, Minister of Natural Resources, Minister of Transportation, Minister of Finance, all the different at-large representatives, Honorable Neville Smith, Honorable Shireen Flax-Charles, Honorable Shari Di Castro, Honorable Alva Maduro-Kane. She's 6 different representatives, but we all support each other. That's one thing I like about this team. We all support each other. It doesn't matter what district you're in, at large or district, minister or backbencher, it doesn't matter. We all happy for each other's success, and we all support each other. And I believe that the 7th district has been a beneficiary, because when I tell you the Minister of Health has helped the district a lot when it comes to the solid waste, the derelict vehicle removal, and he's removing that pile of garbage that was left there after the hurricanes from Paraquita Bay. And all of those social homes he's building in the 7th district. And all of the persons he helped get windows and roofs and doors. Man, the Minister of Health, man, he's showing some real love to the 7th district. I know the other districts getting love, but 7th district is my district, so I have to talk about the 7th district. 7 districts getting some serious love. And oh man, Minister of Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration, we got some projects there coming in 2021. Going to blow your mind. Things that have been spoken about for a long time, like Brandywine Bay Project, Fatags Bay, Eastern Harbor Project. The leader of the opposition talking about that project here, he going to see thing in 2021. He going to see thing, Mr. Speaker. Thing that ain't moving decades. People just been talking about it over and over and over. That thing is about to come to a real reality. We have a real solid concept. And so we're going to be having some meetings very shortly with the landowners in the district and the Ministry of Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration. We have a very solid concept, and that's going to get moving very shortly. And of course, we have to fix the NHI, and I won't get into that. A lot has been said about that, but that's something we're going to fix. That's another problem we met here. We're going to fix it. And we spoke about the sewage already, going really well. And the minister has been working with me so well, getting some roads in the district. I just opened up a road last week, provide some real relief to the residents of Brady Gut. And we're going to be doing a lot more in 2021 in terms of fixing roads. And I have to make mention, Mr. Speaker, of this program that I initiated in 2020 that will continue in 2021. It's called a rated program. It stands for registration, apprenticeship, training, employment, and development. And we have to take this group of individuals in every district who are unemployed, who may not have a high school diploma, and we have to provide apprenticeship opportunities for them, training opportunities for them. We're going to be doing some stuff through the college with this group. We have them on a register, so we know all who they are. We know their educational history, their employment history. We're going to help them develop their resumes and develop their interview techniques, show them how they do interviews, and see if we can transition them into some steady employment. The rated program. We've been having them go throughout the district, cleaning up the district, and they've been doing such a wonderful job. They're doing some bush cutting in the district. They've been doing a fantastic job, and I want to commend those persons working in that program, and we're going to have so much more things happening in 2021. And of course, the Minister of Finance makes it all happen. And certainly as Minister of Tourism as well, we have some tourism products that's going to be happening in the district, of course, with the Harbour Project, Brandywine Bay Project, and some of the other things that we have happening in the district. And we're making plans, Mr. Speaker. We are making plans. We're going to do some designs, and we're seeking to identify a solid location for a junior high school in the east. It's another thing that's happening. And also the leader of the opposition mentioned about the football field, cricket, softball field. You're going to continue to see some development in terms of the recreational facilities in the district. But Mr. Speaker, let me just say in closing that this budget is BVI love. BVI love for the people. Because despite the fact that we're in a difficult time, Mr. Speaker, this government is still hitting the target as it pertains to delivering for the people in all the different areas of life. We're hitting the target, Mr. Speaker, and we're providing relief to persons. We are helping many persons out there. Don't mind the noise. A lot of persons jumping up and whatever else, but they ain't got nobody following behind them like that. Because the people seeing, well, look, I can't go behind y'all with all of that negative talk. All y'all there just want to talk about negative, negative, negative. I try and move forward with my life. So I'm going to get together with this administration, and we're going to have some BVI love. And that's what we're showing persons in this budget. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I will take my seat and say that I support this budget 100%, Mr. Speaker. And I look forward to the execution of the budget for the people of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
I thank the member for the 7th District for his contribution. Is there any other member wishing to speak before I call on the mover of the motion to wrap up? Haven't seen any other member caught my eye. I call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance to summarize the budget debate.
Mr. Speaker, I'll be brief. Mr. Speaker, it has been a fruitful couple of hours with the debate. We thank all those who have participated in this year's budget exercise. And I listened to all my members, Mr. Speaker, and all the members of this honorable House, and that is what democracy is about. And that is what the spirit of this House is about, so that persons can stand and say how they see things. Mr. Speaker, I would start by saying that I want to thank the Ministry of Finance and the team, the Financial Secretary and his team, for all that they have done. I have the greatest respect. Yes.
We want to give the hands-on officer 10 minutes break.
Okay, beautiful.
So,
All right, we'll break for 10 minutes.
we'll break for 10 minutes and then we'll return with the premier's
Okay.
wrap up. Honorable members, this House is now in 10 minutes recess. Please be seated. This honorable
Could you allow the record at the beginning to expound so that they could start again since I stopped to? Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, I want to start off by saying that all praise be to God for helping us to be here today alive and helping us as a territory to be passing the third budget in not 2 years, but rather in just about 21 to 22 months. So it's not 2 years yet, because February 25th will be 2 years for this administration. So in less than 2 years, we're past 3 budgets. So we have to thank God. We thank God that He didn't give us any hurricanes this year. We couldn't bear another one. In the vein that we were already dealing with COVID-19. And Mr. Speaker, we have to thank God for where we are. So may God if ever bless this territory. Mr. Speaker, I want to move on to thank the staff, the clerk, and her team, her deputy, her members of the House of Assembly, for the hard work that they've put in. They've been under a lot of stress. They've been under a lot of strain. And Mr. Speaker, for that, we want to thank them. So, Mr. Speaker, to the clerk and her team, I say thank you so much. Because they too have to be under a lot of pressure to pass 3 budgets in less than 2 years. It's a lot of work that goes into it that persons don't see. Behind the scenes, we meet every single day. Our constituency don't see us because when we're doing these budgets, because for almost 2 to 3 weeks, we're there every morning until night, going through every single detail. That is why I'm always amazed when we come to the House and I hear members say that they don't have this, they don't have that, they don't know this, they don't know that. When we spend 2 weeks, almost 3 weeks, all day. And the clerk and her staff has been there steadfast. And the recording team, even with our PR man, Mr. Leonard, I have to thank him. You know, what a job he did this year. When you hear the recording, you didn't know whether it was live or it was the recording. It sounded so clean. Mr. Speaker, I want to also thank our CBN team there, Brother Cox and his whole team that does be behind the scenes. That does be behind the scenes, Mr. Speaker. And with them being behind the scenes, there, here, rain comes sunshine. We thank you because it's a lot of work that you put into. I want to thank the Ministry of Finance. With the Financial Secretary, this is his last budget. Mr. Glenn Roy Fobbs, his last budget as Financial Secretary. We all know that from all the way up in May, he was extended for 6 months, and it ends in December. We are waiting the Public Service Commission to name the new Financial Secretary, and I thought that that would have been done by now, but that hasn't been completed as yet. I would wait to see if they would let December pass and a matter that was flagged early remains unaddressed in the manner that it should be, Mr. Speaker. But I will wait to see, Mr. Speaker, the outcome of that, because we do have a qualified BVI lender that has applied. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank him Because earlier we heard something that is so true, that Mr. Forbes is the kind of individual that does it by the books. His deputy, Mr. Fred, the same thing. No matter how well you know them, they tell you plain out that this is what the law says, this is what the regulation says. And if you need this done, let us see if it's possible to be done or what adjustments we would need. So there's a notion sometimes that both the financial secretary and his deputy, Mr. Fred, and others would give the Minister of Finance whatever he needs, whatever he wants, I would put it that way, whether it should happen or not. And I've heard that many times. And their persons in high places believe it. And those things bother me as a human being. When persons take gossip of this nature and act on it. And act on it in such a manner that while we're acting on it, we try to destroy persons' future because they're not in our status quo group, so we don't feel that they should move up in society. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank the Ministry of Finance for being honest with me, and the budget coordinator, Mr. Emmanuel, and all of them, I thank them. And when I meet with the Ministry of Finance, because it takes a lot of time out of us to meet, and I sit with them, they know that my wording to them is always this: tell me the real story, tell me what's actually happening financially, and then give me your advice, and then let me speak, and let me advise accordingly, based on being given all the facts and all the information. And they do that. They do that all the time, Mr. Speaker. And for that, I am forever grateful to them for what they do, because they advise me accordingly. When they disagree, they'll tell me, Minister of Finance, they don't see how that can work. Never once have I asked them to do anything that's not above board, and never once have they suggested that anything be done above, no, it's not above board. And those who work with me know that I believe in pushing for the people, pushing in the right direction. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say this very carefully here, that I had a very humble upbringing. Clark, many of those who know me know that I had many mothers in my district, and just last night I shed a tear when I thought on some of them who have passed on, like Miss Madeline and Miss Etty, Edlin Smith, and I could go through a few of them who helped nurture me. And I have a mother that didn't pass 7th standard, but you can't beat her when it comes to business and thinking. And I grew up in a yard with challenges just like everyone else. And I remember when I was going to primary school, and I had challenges with speech and challenges with the English. I was always good with maths because I had to tend to the little shop that we had. And I remember when the recommendation came for me to go into special ed with the English. And I'll never forget this one teacher. That's why I tell teachers, be careful what you tell the students. I had a teacher that looked me in the face with my mother and said that he's not going to make it academically. He's not going to amount to anything that's going to be substantial. So find some niche area that you could put him in. I remember those words like yesterday. I was in primary school. I didn't really understand fully what I was saying, but I know in my spirit that it wasn't something good. And I remember crying. I remember my mother telling me, no, we're going to look for some help for you with this English. And I got the help from in primary school. And that's why you always hear me speak to persons like Ms. Judy Vanderpool, Honorable Mark Vanderpool's wife, and Mr. Armenia O'Neill, who took the time with me. They said, we could see you're going to be something special. Let's give you the help. And I remember I used to have to catch a ride every single Saturday and sometimes on Sunday to go to the classes, and 2 days in the afternoon. And not that, like when we say catch a ride, you know, we had to find our way there and get back. I said this, Mr. Speaker, because I had to fight academically, and most persons don't know some of this because I hid it well. And being one of the few that come out of my family to finish high school and be given the opportunity to go to college, I said this in this house. And I went to college and was given the opportunity. I had to get certain loans, certain grants. I had to fight my way through, because our family was known to some as a family that had things. The worst thing to do is to grow up where people think that you have, but you're struggling, because no one has pity on you. It's worse than somebody who actually poor or financially challenged, because I don't like to use the word poor. And I said that, Mr. Speaker, because I always had to fight against persons ruling me out. I don't say this for pity. I say this so that persons listening to the premiere can understand better where I come from when I make certain decisions. Mr. Speaker, I could sit down amongst 10 friends and a topic comes up about an individual. I'll respect their point of view, but I will never let their interpretation of the person get in the boardroom of my mind to make a decision. Mr. Speaker, you will know this well. I've learned over the years to be careful who you eliminate on gossip, melee, and mischief, and never do it on it neither. Because, Mr. Speaker, that's not our job. And I've learned the hard way that there are consequences for your actions. That is why, Mr. Speaker, growing up and having to, as I said before, to account for everything that was sold in the shop strengthened my mathematical ability, but I didn't know that was what was happening. And then when I was younger, Mr. Speaker, my mom was aware a lot being sick. I used to have to sell newspapers, me and a guy named Gwen Chapman, on 2 bikes. And I was selling newspapers straight through West End and going over on the bike, broke my backside a couple of times going over Zion Hill. And sell newspaper, and I get to sell to the whole of my district, down there now known as the 1st District. I didn't know at that time that the law would prepare me for years later to represent that very district. So I actually got to know the whole of the Western end and the Caribbean end through selling newspapers and going to vacation Bible school in the Adventist church. I'll never forget that. I used to look forward to that to the summer, and the churches need to get more of that. And when vacation Bible schools was finished in the summer, you had to perform. And Brother Lynn would notice I used to like to sing, but I couldn't sing. And I had liked Charlie Pride when I was younger, you know, the church in the Wildwood. And I remember a couple of times I went to sing up there, Miss Inga Smith, another mother of mine. She wouldn't tell me I couldn't sing. She would just tell me I need a little help and put somebody alongside me and turn down my mic. But I didn't know that till later on. But I was singing. But the other person with me mic would turn up, so I thought it was me. But they had know how to encourage me even when I was outside of my league. And I get to know all these persons, and I used to hang around a lot of older persons, and I get to realize even when I was going to college at that time, I could say, no, I had a problem. I said before in here, I was wetting my bed, and I tell my mother, you can't send me college wet my bed. She said, listen to me. Everybody in his family can't turn out food. You come go where you're going. And you hold some them didn't name dependent. And she sent me that down the road. Lord mercy, what a thing hiding that a couple nights. Down CBI, changed to UBI when I was down there. And then I remember Mr. Minto Dawson, he was at his father, and he was a bush medicine man. And he tell me, look, he have this, I call it concoction, to help with your bladder and your kidney, and I drank that, and praise be to God, I never had a problem again. But had my mother not pushed me to go to college, I would have used the deficiency to destroy my future. And as I look back even a few days ago, I learned something from these things. That in your greatest deficiency, you can't stop. Because had I used the excuse of wetting my bed and fight off my mother, I would not have gone to college. But she said, going, and those who know my mother and my father, rest his soul, when them decide you're going, you know, you have a better chance to get ice to last in hell before you get them fight off. But I also remember when the time came that in the days of when I was learning keyboard and piano, only a few males used to learn piano then in the territory. It was like an embarrassment for a male to be playing piano when I was growing up. So I used to don't want to go piano class. But my father used to drop me off, and I didn't went class at all. I used to steal away and go by Naomi Bear, buy a little burger, one or two things, and don't go piano. Just letting the persons know you have a regular premier. Till when my father went with me a day to pay the bill by a lady named Miss Jacobs, and she told him, "Bill?" He said, "Yes, I'm paying for him for the end of the month." She said, "Well, I didn't see this boy in nearly a month or more. You ain't got to pay for this month." And Lord, my father, if we had child abuse, then he won't get locked up. He hit me one fist, knocked me straight down the staircase. And then he still come down the staircase and pick me up and throw me in the bus and carry me down by a lady named Miss Maureen Welch. Well, Maureen was a disciplinarian, I'll put it that way. So I had to attend classes then. So I remember that was a struggle when I was younger, but when I went to college, and after a while playing the piano and organ here, I went to college a day, and my roommate was a little sick, and he never used to go to church at all, because I know him well from long. But I see him every Sunday, he's training to go to church, and I want to know why is he going? Till one day he had the flu and he couldn't go, and he asked me to go and play when we were living in St. Thomas, going CBI and UBI, because I'm one of those students who were there when it changed, like I said. So I went and I played for the church, and in the BVI, everything, you know, you do for free, the work of the Lord. But while I was leaving, they showed a little envelope in my hand, and I catch a bus line, then it had name Manasseh. And I gone and it going down CBI, and I take out the money, $75. You're in college, $75 is thing, you know. So I said $75, so I decide now that the church make a mistake. But I can't go turn around a bus with people. So I went and I said I would catch a bus on these afternoon and on the next Sunday and go back and give them the money. But then when I reached back, I saw my roommate floating around me a lot. Mind you, he had a flu, you know, but he get up. And he ain't getting to the point. And I realized that this got to be a regular thing, because it's the money he asked me for, but he don't know how to ask for it. So I stayed quiet till he couldn't take it, but midnight he said, "Look, man, let me give you something for me." I said, "So that's what you going to church for?" He said, well, is a way to make some money. But through playing that one service, I was able to play some other places, other churches and other places, and that helped me to make some money in college that I didn't have to work during the week. Man, I play for Saturday, I play Sunday. And I reflect on some of those things lately because had I not given to when my mother and father were pushing me to go learn piano, later on when the time come to go to college, I wouldn't be making this money. So like my other school college mates had to be working part-time in the afternoons and still going to school, and I just go the weekend. So half the time I still used to give back the money to the church because I wasn't feeling comfortable taking it. But when I really challenged for money, I would. And I learned that what my parents were teaching me is to push through. I didn't understand it then, but when I analyzed it, it's to push through. And I told myself that if I ever get in a position of power, I would make sure that any child that have problem getting to school will get to school. And any child that need help will get help. My members could tell you that even if we have money somewhere in the government for that, I tell them, look, let's find out where they're going to go to school. Even my village, the 4th district, who out there, I can't be here. Even they're angry with me something, one of the things I got to tell you is that when it comes to going to school, I send them to school because when you build people up, you're not only building them up in their family, you're building the economy. And that is why I take it serious when I defend my people to come go to school. Whether you're supporting me politically or not, educate yourselves and come back and help your people. And if you stay abroad, keep that, that attachment so that you can help your people. And when I became Minister of Education, I carried that same drive into it. And I remember that we mushroomed the scholarship program from a little bit getting, and we turned it into more than a little bit was getting scholarships from then to now. And check the record of how much you used to get it before. Because I remember when I was Minister of Education and the first batch of scholarships were going, I heard from the then committee that I met that, well, this one don't need to go to school. I remember they told me one young lady, she have 2 children that have stay in mind those 2. This one don't need to go to school. And I, a young politician, asked them, some seasoned people that people were looking up to in this country, how come you're making those decisions? And I was labeled from then as a troublemaker because I was challenging some people who were considered to be status quo and trying to eliminate people. And then I went through that wave and we broke that mold. And we increased the assistance grants and we helped persons. That is how come the assistance grant there to where it is. And in the budget now we have come full circle to bring back that scholarship and assistance grants under the Minister of Education. Because I believe that the portal for any family to move from financial challenges and even from challenges inside of families because of lack of education is true education and your belief in God. Because don't fool yourself, it can't happen without. And whether you support the Voice Party government or not, I push to get you where you need to go. Because you didn't come here just for a political party, neither of us did. And you need to push because when you're in these seats, last week was 1 year, I think it was since R.T. O'Neill died. R.T. O'Neill, his funeral, I mean. His funeral. Yeah, if not last week or the week before. But the point that I'm making about it is that most listening to me, whether in this house or outside, don't remember that. Because once you leave these seats, you don't be remembered as much. And that goes for any leadership seat. So if you don't do what you have to do while you're in these seats and do it according to the will of God for the people, you would have left the seat which was destined and given to you by God at that time, but not fulfill the purpose. That is why you have to watch who's in the boardroom of your mind. So when persons hear me fighting for the people of the Virgin Islands, for self-autonomy and self-determination, I'm fighting for what I know that we can do. I'm not fighting against anyone. But I know the games at play, and I know that you have to have your people ready, because we could speak in this house all day about concerns with the United Kingdom. It matters not to some of them in those positions, because they take it as just talk and they keep coming at you. I'm really disappointed when I heard the leader of opposition call it last lick. It tells me of the lack of mental maturity of some of our people still. Sad to say, but I don't mean it in a bad way. I have no time playing last lick. I was never good at it. I always would lose because I was too big to get out of the way with the last lick. So I don't believe in that game. But when you have to defend your people to get free and to make sure that we are ready to be freed, you have to be consistently consistent. A lot of times we read the very Bible and just discard the lessons when we get into a modern day situation. Moses took a day to get out of Egypt when he killed the fellow for going after his people, because that's what he really did it for. But it took 40 years for God to get Egypt out of Moses, because it was still in his head. And then when Moses returned and he told his brother, let my people go, they didn't let them go just like that. As a matter of fact, Moses would have been referred to as a leader in modern times of a couple of us. Because Moses, you could imagine, come back to tell the people that he come to lead them, but he had killed a man and they ain't seen him since he had killed him. And he come back now to tell them, the Lord sent me to help you. The status quo, could you hear them in that day? Oh, he's not fit. He didn't come from a quality family. The Lord speaking to him, not at all. The 10 plagues represent even what's happening today. We're playing last lick, so leave it alone and let's be more matured. Well, Moses' story is similar to this last lick, because when the first plague came and the Lord conquered that, Pharaoh didn't say go. He came again, so the Lord had to send a second plague. And what's amazing about how the Lord works is that he sent Moses to get his people free, and he turned around and he had in Pharaoh's heart at the same time. The same God. And it took 10 plagues to let Pharaoh let the people go. But why 10 plagues? We're going somewhere with this, Mr. Speaker. 10 plagues because the Egyptians are those, they had 10 gods. So what the Lord let them do is to run out of their gods that they thought could help them. So when they reached the 10th one, Pharaoh decided, well, we ain't got another God to turn to, so let them go. And even when they let them go, and he catch himself, he still turned for them. And when Moses got them out there and he finally was able, before he stretched his rod and they came by the Red Sea, they brought us out there to die. Moses said he has to wait for instructions, and when he got it, and he raised up his rod and they crossed over, they were happy. And then they cursed him again when they got hungry. He fed them and they cursed him again. And because he sent out 12 people and tell them to check to see on this city, and 10 came back and tell him that they could not take it. Those people are like giants and we are grasshoppers. And 2 came back saying, we can't do it now. But Moses was a type of leader that dealt with full democracy. So he went with the 10. And the people were rejoicing. Then they spent 40 years more in the wilderness. A generation. And here we are today, where we have a majority telling you, leave some of these things alone. Even some who are in the church reading the very stories of Moses. Do not negotiate certain things with the UK. Do not touch certain things with the UK. Come on, my people, wake up. It's nothing we're going to do rude or disrespectful. But we have a mission to finish for our forefathers. 70 years ago, they were told, don't even dream about a woman being in politics. It was a no-no. It was not even a topic to be brought up. When they restored the Legislative Council. And then later on, one lady, Miss Morsa from Barasbet, took a chance. And could you imagine in those days when a woman, and I said it in here before, wasn't given the opportunity to be elected, and she went ahead and she pushed ahead and she was ridiculed. Where you going? Woman don't have no place in this, go sit down. But today, Miss Morsa might be known as a person that didn't get through at that time. But through the late Dolores Christopher, she got through. Through the late Edwin Smith, she got through. Through Sister Eileen Parsons, she got through. Through Sister Alva, she got through. Through Shireen, she got through. Through Sherry, she got through. Through Irene Penn O'Neill, she got through. Through Miss Dancia Penn Salah, she got through. Because her mission was to set the tone for what was coming. What's our mission in here? To run away, because I know for sure that there are those right now in the UK planning, some of them in some of these crucial areas planning on how they can see that they can show the people that the premier and the government is not good, and try to dampen, because this is how some of them work with the old slave mentality, to try to get us to disbelieve each other so that we don't stay united. But how long do you think that you can continue with those plans? As long as what we're doing is right in the sight of God and it's for the people, I encourage everyone in here to keep pushing. Just like my mother sent me to college and pushed me to go in and wet my bed. And if I had studied that, I wouldn't have a degree. And I wouldn't be where I am. And if we keep looking at every time we get hit with certain things, we won't get where we are. I become offended when I hear my country is told that the Drug Intervention Act has to be relooked because of the latest drug bust. And this was passed almost 6 months before a drug bust. I'm not saying that I would like to know that that kind of drug is in our country, but since then a whole ton was found in the UK. And nobody seems to question that. Nobody seems to say, well, wait a minute here. These things happen all around. You're not condoning anything, but come on, people, wake up. We were told with this budget that we cannot handle COVID-19, that there are some other entities that's going to handle COVID-19, and we stuck with the health. The Minister of Health stuck with the 1977 public health passed by all people in this same legislature in 1977 that gives the Minister of Health authority to walk through COVID-19. Come on, people. You're going to tell me that despite We may not hear any credits in some quarters because we didn't do it for credit. But you're going to tell me that the BVI has not handled this as best as we could? Because our forefathers in 1977 passed that act, and I tell it and I put it to the people of the Virgin Islands. Let us try to pass any act like that now. And you're going to get interference and you're going to tell, no, you can't do it. Why? Because in 1977, look through the lens of our people at that time and look through the lens of those who were over us. They didn't see us going anywhere. So they give it to the minister. But if we go now with legislation, which we have already tried, and will continue, you're going to hear that can't go through you, that have to go through the seat of governor. That can't go through you, that have to go through the FCO. That is not in line with the Charter of the United Nations. And I must say that the UN has declared next year the year starting of decolonization of colonized territories. And as your premier, I had a hand in pushing it. Because when I made my presentation to the UN on decolonization, not for the BVI, but overall, and I returned here, I was called up and ridiculed. How dare I? I didn't tell the people that about that's a lot of things. But this, where all those other premiers and chief ministers were hiding and catching hell with some of these people, and they ain't telling the people, I ain't going to be one of them. When I come in this house, I'm going to start to tell you, some of them are not nice. Some of them practicing undercover racism. You heard it here. I had to deal with a lot, and I don't mind who blog or who they've sent to blog, because that's not my problem right now. And a bigger fight than that. I don't mind who they sent to try to stop me or try to quiet me down. That's not my problem right here now. I have a problem when people come in the 24th century and trying to apply undercover racism to me. I have a problem with it. And then tell me because I named premier, I mustn't say these things and I mustn't do these things. I was in the valley, and the Lord helped me to become on the mountaintop. And I made a promise to God. And my members could tell you, I tell them, not to touch the government money. That's why when I heard this thing with the stimulus, I get a little annoyed, but the Lord said, leave it to him. And then I made a promise that I'm going to help those who need help. Sometimes it take a while because the Minister of Education said it best. There's so much things fighting you to get to help the people. More fighting you to get to help the people than what helping you to help the people. But you got to push. And with us pushing with this budget and moving into the next budget, we got a lot of things done for the people. You have the traffic turnaround, 20 years spoken about, with just a few dollars. Action Man 2. With his government, turn the traffic around. You got to push. When he was getting closer to doing it, he said, Premier, the pressure is on with it. We might have to leave it. I said, Minister, get out of my office and go do the work. Don't mind these people. It's 20 years I hear in this thing. If we change it and the traffic don't work, we'll change it back. Keep pushing. Today, working well. 1 or 2 areas the minister is going to improve on. We have the housing program. I nearly was floored when I heard our opposition mention that they left a walk-in housing program. If it were walking, well, how come the people that were in the house? And how come the house ain't watertight up to now since 2017? Let's tell the truth. Most of those persons received letters telling them that they've been awarded or they qualify. And when we reach in God, more letters, more paper saying that you're qualified than what paper money it had to make sure that they get the money for what they said they were qualified. Because we're coming up the election. So it look like whoever had writing accent for something, get a letter saying you're qualified. Don't have lands. over Virgin Gorda was a home of it. We had a lot of letters went out telling them that they own, you have been qualified and to own a lot of land. That time they even didn't survey the land yet and get a pass number and a block number. They're talking about where they left us. And if you don't believe me, I'll bring in some of these letters and I'll read them. So we have the housing program right now, and the Minister for Health took a little while, but he has it going now. And we have persons now starting to get their house repaired in Jocelyn Dykes. I think there's 4 projects going on now in Jocelyn Dykes. And then you have persons in Anegada now. They started in Anegada, and we're going to continue with this year's budget to make sure that we have these persons getting the help with their homes. Not getting a gimmick, getting a help. I'm not saying that some persons didn't get help with the last administration. So that is not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is that a lot of people get letters and they didn't get the help. So a few persons got help and the bulk of persons did not. And might I add, and might I add, if you check it, most who got the land was supporters. I mean, who got the land or the help for the home. But compare that to us with COVID-19. Yes, more people need help. The whole world grappling with this. But since it's one set of picture they want to paint, I have to paint all. Because I'm not going to sit down here in a government with an English tongue in my head and allow persons to paint us as a government as if we're not working. Yes, they have more challenges. Yes, more people need help. But my God, to say that we ain't helped nobody and the money ain't reaching the ground? Man, come on, man. That's gotta be for the camera. People Tortola getting help now with their homes. Virgin Gorda, Anegada, Jocelyn Dykes. You can't get everybody help at the same time. More happening. And in this budget, they have money in it to continue. Road cut into properties. People having a problem with that, and the government roads to cut to the properties. Ministry of Natural Resources have funds now. As the minister said, that when this budget passed, we're going to help the people to get to their homes. The Social Security housing program, yes, it was there for years, just like everything else. But who gets it out? Under this government? Yes, we give kudos, unlike what the opposition does, for whatever work they started on it, but why didn't it get out is beyond me. So we made the necessary adjustments with the Minister of Labor, and the project is on the way. Business stimulus, Mr. Speaker, is being given out. Churches stimulus are being given out. Daycare stimulus are being given out. Private school stimulus are being given out. Fishing stimulus are being given out. Farmer stimulus are being given out. So much so that some people even growling, well, who should I get more and who should I get less? Not that they didn't get, you know. We restarted the scholarship program. The Market Square project is underway. The Caribbean Sea Defense and the walls is in this budget here to get going. And while I named it, just drop in my spirit that I have some of them taking notes so they could see if they could stop some of these projects, but I rebuke you in Jesus' name. I just see your little evil self. Market Square project being done. Caribbean Sea Defense walls being done. Caribbean cultural tourism village and cultural villages in this budget to be done. They say they don't see how the Western Jetty being done. Man, it's under the CDB loan money. And they say they don't see how ports could do it because when they look at ports accounts, you see, if you don't know these things, they will fool the people. There's $11.5 million reserved under the CDB loan for the Western Surface Whole Jetty project. They have a tender out now for the design, supposed to get it in January, and then they'll take a few months to do the design, and then they're going to move towards tendering out for the construction. My God, man, don't tell the people these things just because you want to look good and make us look bad. And then you have the repairs to the Zion Hill reservoirs being done. The one in Caribbean, the repairs are being done. Longbush, we did a trade commission, and that's more money in the budget this year to keep that going. The consumer protection, is under the Trade Commission, and that's going to be going. The gaming legislation was passed finally after a long fight. The entrepreneurship and innovation I'm speaking about, those are programs that we're going to push here because we're going to link them into the banks to help our people to get loans to do their businesses. The construction sector is a sector that we are focused on and is doing tremendously well. The plans are being passed, the developments are being passed, and we have signed plenty of development agreements since we took office. So the construction industry is booming. The constitutional review is going to be on its way. It have to push. We're pushing that. The CDB loan access, that CDB loan was there put down. There was no clear direction. They said how they left us. The people from CDB, the officials came and said to my office, I said, Premier, we need a clear steer of how to deal with this money. We were paying almost over 500,000 plus more in just interest. And then the time of consultancy then announced that $1 million in just consultancy for projects. No projects hitting the ground. And I told the very fine people at CDB who I respect so much that give me 2 days and we'll make some decisions. A lot of the projects were under the Minister of Works. And I called him and he told me which ones he want to see going. I told him good. And then I crossed out a few more. He said, no, you can't cross them out. I said, no, I admire you're going to stay long in politics, but you get the share you want. Now you could go and have a nice day. I'm going to take care of the rest. And that's how we went through it. That is the reason you're seeing all these projects being done now. You go about Bob's gas station is being done now, taken by accident. All those of Bellevue that's being done and walked on and going over the hill, they're not by accident. This government get that loan going and getting it done. As a matter of fact, we renegotiated with them to make sure that the cap will allow for all local contractors of a certain amount to be the ones and insist on it, and those working in the RDA know it. That's why you're seeing all local guys on it, whether they're NDP, VIP, or whatever they qualify, they're bidding. This government made sure of that. You're not going to tell me that we didn't do no work. And that's going to continue in this budget. Although with the RDA, we have some issues because the UK is pulling out its funding in March. But we will deal with that. And then we have the DDM building I've learned lately that has been released now to come to cabinet. That's going to be get going. Just learned that. Repairs to the schools are ongoing. We have Isabella Morris that's going to be done. We have some donors that's going to help with it, and also with the Jos Van Dykes. But when you listen to the Jos Van Dyke School, you'll sound like we didn't do anything since we got in. When we first started to try to do something, the Minister of Education went over and held a public meeting, and the residents made their representation and said, we do not want the school where it is anymore. Where do you want it? In the hill, up by the hill, across from where it is. Who owned that? The Ministry of Health. And we went, a few months it took, and we got the swap done. That's lost in the translation here. So you have to say these things. And we went over Jos Van Dyke and the Dog Hole Road. I would never looked at. It's finally paved. A multi-purpose building for the BVI Ports Authority is going to be dedicated in a few days. Has been done. The new road going over the hill that the Minister, Action Man 2, has done on our behalf, and you're getting WhatsApp from people in Jos Van Dyke saying they finally can drive that side of Jos Van Dyke for the first time in almost 12, 15 years. When the water is out, the Minister gets the water delivered over in Jos Van Dyke, so those who make the connection until we get to connection with him, until we get those areas fixed. But if you listen to the opposition, it would sound like we don't listen to the needs of the people. I told some people in Jos Van Dyke that I don't blame you all for how you feel. And now that we're trying to do certain things for you, it's hard for some of you to digest it, because when you haven't been loved for a long time, you fight love. But is there more to be done just for next? The answer is yes. It's been neglected. But has a lot been done? Yes, and more to do. Look at the new arrival center at the TB Letsom International Airport. The board purchased the material, tendered the labor. In less than 5 weeks, you have a new arrival center. All people. Had we fought for all people after the hurricanes, like the way we're fighting for them now, I am telling you that the RDA would have never existed. But there were those who saw here as not getting back on its feet, and they get a little frightened. And they let some people corner them. I'm not saying anything bad about the RDA. I'm just saying that we could have built all people the same way we went and built the RDA. But the RDA exists, so we will deal with it. The economic zone in Huntersgut is being worked on in this budget. The police boat we bought and fixed the listen to Oslo, purchase the boats for customs, with others coming, purchasing our own radar system. The police headquarters, we put in the bulk of the money, and whenever we hear, we only hear us on the back end of the press release. I think it's about 750,000 or something more like that, or 850 or something like that we put into that project. And yes, we're glad because the scope had changed a little bit and it needed extra money, so the UK put in the 450. And you'll think that we put in the least whenever you hear this announced. I don't mind you taking credit for what you do, but give us what's ours. Fixing up an incinerator, the water tightening the homes, the border control system that I'm talking about with customs, where we have the kiosks, them coming by February, March, where you just come in, you swipe your passport, you do your fingerprint just like you go anywhere else. The inland revenue system that's been done so we could speed up things in inland revenue. The NHI project, right now the Minister of Health was allocated $1 million to improve the NHI program. Not just into the NHI as we know it, but it's going to end up into a much larger program than that. And it might sound crazy to some that's going to be in a program that could compete with the Social Security in terms of what it has done. But let's take a pin here in NHI. Mr. Speaker, I always respect members, so I try not to stop them when they're speaking. But it took a lot out of me to sit down to hear the oppositions explain the NHI system. There's one main reason NHI is challenged up to today, among others, but one main. The framers of the legislation and of the policy stated clearly to the then government, which was not a bad idea, no? But you have to allow the system to build up itself before you start to withdraw. That was in the document. But because they had a government at a time where everybody was a chief and it didn't have no Indian, the pressure came down and it started to make the very Minister Skelton had to give in because all around him, the people don't need the money now. So if you start to take out what you didn't put in, or what was never in, you started in a deficit. So the very policy that they created, they turned around and ignored it. So I give Minister Skelton credit for bringing on the NHI. But then who you want me to give the blame for taking out the money before you went in? It got to be the rest of the government then, of which the same opposition was talking about it now was a part. The ones that were here today. So don't make it look like we are the ones who failed in NHI. We just put in the $7.5 million that it was due upon the time when it started. We just had to pay that in since COVID too, in the middle of COVID. Might I add, all that I'm here saying is in the middle of COVID, you know. So it wasn't a regular budgetary year for us. We did these with limitations, that there are persons who are asking even in opposition where we get the money from if we did some of these things and how we were able to get them done. I know that when we were going for we needed to get the stimulus for the people. And I decided that since I couldn't understand some of the things that I was hearing coming out from the quarters of the governor, because he was everywhere telling them that we have robust Social Security, robust reserves, and I even didn't bring the stimulus yet, because I was asking if there anything, monies that you could get from the UK, and I was told, spend what you have for us, see if you could help yourself, and then we'll come in. Show us your plan, and then we'll come in. You see this thing called a plan, what they're asking for? They want to see it to say we have a plan, you know. Because it's clear that we have a plan. These Mohicans, what they have here, want to get the plan so they could try to get stopped. That is what they're really up to, you know. Think that they want no plan to come help us. Because we didn't do the COVID-19 by accident. We knew what we were doing. We had a plan. But they know what they were after. So, sometimes I piecemeal certain things. Even the AG, I like this new AG, you know. Not that the old one was bad, but I like her. Because when she approaches you, you can't tell her no. All the time. So she said, we got to get a lot of things pushed out. But I tell her, yeah, but certain things are coming now and again, because if you let it not too early, man, you have some people master at trying to kill dreams. I know this place, I'm in politics 20 years. I make a mistake saying a lot of what I was doing in education before I know it. Not only they take me out, they were trying to take me out and take me out. I learned this place. So some we on structure and bring forward because certain things people need to know, but some they know on their appointed time. Because I learned this place, and I come here to leave without fulfilling what the Lord bring me here to do. I have a pattern of things. Sometimes I tell my ministers, some we go through them, they say, Premier, we know that you're thinking that far down. I say, yes, but not yet. The time ain't right to make it known. That's why Samson get in trouble. He gave up his secret. When he catch himself, he couldn't see where he was going. So, when the NHI, now we're talking about, with this NHI, we're going to get that going in a new, and I told the minister, don't take no for answer. Because there are some people that you'll go walk with and you'll tell them you want to get this done for the people. Mind you, they're in the seat sitting down for years, you know. They ain't helped nobody, you know. They ain't get nothing done. But you telling them where you want to go now, and they're telling you that you can't go there. You went there before. And that's why I say that in COVID-19, we have to change the formula. So when the empirical data goes in for the reality of what we're in, and it goes into the new formula, it gets all the results we need. I don't want anybody walking around me telling me what the policy is. I want them telling me what the policy now needs to be. You cannot get what is and use it to help the people in this unconventional time of COVID-19. It can't work. Could you imagine if I had bring an A-track here now and asked Cox to record the Legislative Council House of Assembly sitting on the A-track? It ain't that the A-track can't hold it, but it's not its error. The error of the A-track is gone. Even the Cox will look at me and ask me if I gone stone crazy. So you cannot bring outdated thinking and outdated policies and try to fit them into the machinery and formula that we would need today or because we have failed. You know why a lot of times they try to slow us down? Because some of the persons that dealt with before, they were concerned about corruption. And in some of these big cities, they get nothing done. They go to a lot of meetings, and the only thing come out of the meetings is the people who went in. That's the only thing come out of the meetings. So they want to know how we get things done here. Some of the best economists can't figure it out. The waiving of the stamp duty is something we continue in this budget. It's helped out people tremendously. And yes, we're working on a national tourism plan. Anyone with sense will know we need that. So there's nothing said here today that's innovative. That's already in the plans. We give computers to our students, now young people. And when we're looking at the medicinal marijuana, I heard today the opposition said, well, let me roll us back. When we put in the medicinal marijuana in the budget, the opposition told the media that they don't see us going away with that as a pie in the sky. Now that the pie done bake, they tell them, all right, don't let them eat it. And when we went for the 40 million, I might add, we couldn't get it. They used some of their cells who they have planted not to help the people that try to stop us. I ain't afraid, you know, Mr. Premier. I didn't get here the traditional way. And when I leave, I'm going to leave knowing I try to help the people. And they did everything to try to stop us. We presented, we did everything. And when we finally got a hold of it, they did everything known in the book to try to stop us from spending it. Months. Even my government will ask me, Premier, we not get this money? I said, well, there's so much red tape. Months. We even came into the House Assembly and hold an informal meeting because members even couldn't get to the money. What was allocated to them. Had people making policies where that's not their job, that's not their call. God bless the laws. You see this Constitution here, what we're talking about? And people talking all kind of things, they think that we want power for ourselves. If this Constitution didn't exist, that could protect us from a lot of things, we'd have been lost. And I ask my people to read this Constitution, understand it. Stop allowing persons to read it for you and then come telling you what can and cannot be done. You see, Mr. Speaker, when you don't read, and I'm telling the young people listening to me tonight, and anybody who in the BVI, forget what political party you're in, read. You see, when you don't read, and people will change up things on you. I come from a village of parables and stories in the 1st District. And I remember a story one of my good friends told me. He said, I don't become programmed because a fellow who couldn't read and write went to go get a job, and a guy who has his doctorate was going for the same job, but they were very good friends. So the guy with the doctorate said, only the two of us apply, so we're going into the interview, and they were right by the interview room. So the one who had the doctorate said, well, look, when I go in, I'm going to repeat the questions loud and shout out my answers so that when you go in, you'll hear them. He said, good. The one with the doctorate went in, they asked him, how old are you? He said, how old I am, 29. They asked him, all right. What grade you went up to? He said, what grade I went up into school? 9. I said, okay. They said, did you go to college and university? He said, I went to both. They said, all right, interview finished. In comes the guy because he done hair and he programmed. The guy went through one door and he come in. They asked him, what grade did you went up to? 29. How old are you? 9. Are you stupid or smart? Both. This is what happens when you get programmed. The ball game shift on you, and because you didn't prepare yourself and didn't educate yourself and become ready, you just regurgitate the same thing. We get in the middle of COVID. Can we help the people get lands without stamp duty? No, because the law said this. You understand the parallelness of what I'm saying? Can we get the moratorium to a year? No, our bank policy is 3 months. It might have sound humorous, but that's what we do when we don't adjust our policies and adjust these budgets in the middle of a COVID-19 era. Can we get the medicinal marijuana ascended to because we need to help our people? No, you're trying to help them get high. Because they know the old people don't like to hear nothing about marijuana. So when they say that we're all trying to get them high, they know that the old people are going to meet us and say, leave that thing alone, son. Playing with the people's mind. That time we didn't legalize recreational marijuana. How long do you think these PR games could work? And then they do them so that the economy could shrink, or try to get it to shrink, so that when we push forward to help the people, they push back and these things don't happen, and then the social ills start, and then different things start, and they say, look, the government didn't do anything, when they were the ones pushing us back. That's why we have to push. We heard about how we met the government. I won't stay long with that. We still paying old bills. Ministry of Transportation, Minister, Lord, he didn't tell me that. They're not that hard to dictate for them like I think, they just cost me when they need to. But he made a statement there, think he was doing something good, saying that, he pay old bills and he's up to, I think, $1 million and change or something. Who tell him say that? Man, he opened that floodgate and all who the last government had overrun come, we up to about 94 million now and counting. Legitimate bills, Some of them wasn't only supporters in terms of politically around us. Most of them were theirs. Walk them, leave them, didn't pay them. And then telling me today how you left it. The Minister of Health is correct. We got set a Rip Van Winkle here that just wake up since again in opposition. Then, when we look, they tell us how they left the financial services, that right after the 2007 hurricanes, we were able to make the most money ever, but they didn't tell people that add on an extra $100. So that increased the amount of money that was made at that time, and it was a one-off $100 increase. Then things settled back down. Was it bad? No, that's not what I'm saying. Give people the full picture. And something I need to let persons understand when they try to compare this era with Irma. There's no comparison. Because only we and a few other places were hit with Irma. So to raise the financial services fee at the time wasn't bad, because those outside who had the companies inside could have helped and paid. But with COVID, everyone was hit. So no one could help anybody else. That's when you see what a government is made of. And it's continuing all till now. That's when you know what a government is made of. Can I tell you that the same e-government that I give the leader of opposition credit for, that they had started it and finished it before Irma? Well, why you didn't bring it in to help the people? Because some were busy helping themselves. Call it what it is. I visit some homes and they tell me what some of them telling them about me in the homes, but I don't hate them. They got to do something. They got to say something. But me ain't gossip only could carry us so far. And we in this government here together put in that consumer protection as a caveat inside of the Trade Commission, because the full consumer protection legislation hasn't been passed. But we put it inside of there during a pandemic that we could enforce consumer protection rules and policies and regulations, etc. Well, why didn't they do that during Irma to protect the people with these prices? What went up sky high? So, Mr. Speaker, I had to bring out some of these things because when people hear one side, they think that that's it. And every story have three sides: your side, my side, and the truth. So check it out. I used to like to see the Bomber Charger and the Oriole racing, although they stopped them. And I remember as a little boy one day I saw the Bomber Charger coming down flying. I like the Bomber Charger, you know. And I said, man, she tipping. When I look, the Oriole come bust out from what we call wrong the gut, and pick it down and pass it. I said, what? I thought the Charger was jamming, but the Oriole, a little boy then, the Oriole pick it down. That was about 84, wrong there. I said that to say, Mr. Speaker, I heard the leader opposition talking about victimization. I ain't get involved in non-victimization of no one, and they could check, I ain't touch a soul. But let's not forget Gethsemane. The same opposition what they're talking now, and some I could feel the pressure of them saying, where you gone? They're going because they went there first. And had a man named Joe Smith said them trouble me first. I asked the member for the 3rd district already, how could he sit down through them? Because his wife at the time was with the VIP, and when they got in, they take her out of the accountant general one time. A woman wouldn't know what she was doing inside there. We probably would have had the audited financial statements. I gotta stop there, friend. I tell me don't give them more example now. So I respect them. They just WhatsApp me. I'll stop there. But if they continue and bring more, you want one more? Okay, my side said I want one more. They take and they fire Kevin Loan from the sewage project because he wasn't with their government, and they brought in this other entity. Now I have to pay out millions to this entity. Just like we lost nearly every court case because of their actions. And the AG here trembling because they make us sign a confidential clause. I will never violate that AG to step on a confidential clause. Because they said if I speak about it, it's not right. But I know a premier who told me he had a dream. And he told me in that dream that he had to pay out nearly $8 million to one, $10 million to the next one. All of this, he said in a time, sometime he said in his time when there was a pandemic, I don't think it was COVID because it didn't happen then, but he was telling me about his dream. And when he was finished, I said, boy, that sounds familiar, but I can't talk it. He said, add up nearly to, we're adding up to over 15 million, going towards 20, with more to come. So I told him that that wasn't a dream you had. That was a nightmare. But I wouldn't speak about what I met as premier, because the AG know that we sign a confidentiality clause. But I'm just talking about one guy who had a dream, a premier who told me he had a dream. And Mr. Speaker, the last one I'll name and then I'll get off is whenever I hear about this Eastern Langlois project, to hear the opposition get up demanding that they want to know how the project is going on now, and demanding that they be involved, and demanding that this happen, when they sat down there and let their very government go with $8 million from the Eastern Langlois sewage project and send it over to the ports and leave their people up there walking up to now into number 2. And then telling us that they owe their people an apology. And sat there and then demand at the time of their government to put back that money now. Don't touch it. That's for the people of Eastern Langlo. Sat there and didn't do those demands. They're demanding us now, you know. But who they were with when it happened, they didn't demand of them not to do it. These one-sided story what us tell, that's why you need a balance. You see why I said earlier in the introduction of this budget that the constitutional review have to happen? Look at some of what I'm saying here now. Just research and find out if it's true or not. But at least you hear the other side. So if somebody had to make a decision, they would have heard both sides. But you tell me in the 21st century that the governor could write to his bosses every week about the premier in our government and we can't see it? But when we write anything with him, we have to copy it through him to them because we can't go without him seeing it? You understand some of the areas why we need a constitutional review and to get more modern? And would you believe that when I'm finished with this, they're going to be angry because I said these things and look to come, even they stay quiet in different angles at you? No, man. Some of these things have to stop. We have to bring balance. I don't mind persons doing their job, but bring balance. Bring balance. So this Eastern Langlo project is an issue. And the only plan that I heard the opposition brought forward in the last couple of weeks is a plan for civil unrest. In a time when we're trying to tell our citizens don't get involved in these violence and to see how we could help our people, because they had disagreed with one of the curfew and one or two other things, they were promoting civil unrest. I denounce that. We should not be promoting civil unrest in a time when you have a government that listens. Everyone ain't gonna be on our side. Everyone will never be on our side. That's just life. But you respect them. But I ask of the opposition to apologize to the people for calling for these civil unrest. What civil unrest you calling for? When you take up all $7.2 million and get a plane that never fly yet, you didn't think about a civil unrest match then? What civil unrest match you calling for? When you take up $8 million from the Eastern Langlo switch and put it down in the cruise spare project where they never get back here, then now we're trying to get it back, you call for civil unrest then? What civil unrest you talking about? When you move out a staunch, qualified accountant general with no reason, you didn't think about civil unrest then? And the list goes on and on. You didn't think on civil unrest then? When I had to sit on here and hear the government saying that the last thing they do, they were going to put a VIP in the jail, I sit on here and listen to them and all that kind of talk. They forgot. You think about civil unrest then? When you try to destroy a lot of innocent families with a lot of the evil that you do over in the past, did you think about civil unrest then? You see the man who get hit. The man who hit you, my father tell me, might forget. I say, yes, daddy, but the man who get hit, he won't forget. He said, no, the man who get hit, he may forget. But the man who get hit and left with a scar could never forget. But he said he has to learn to forgive. So don't complain innocent with me, with you and some of them who are wrong you, who are walking with those just to see if they could get us all of power. I remember all that you did, but I forgive you because I had to put forgiveness in my heart. But when I hear you rise up for civil unrest, that means you're trying to get the government and their families killed. Let's call it what it is. And I was playing around with the opposition that coming forward to tell me that they want civil unrest so that my daughters will be out a father? That ain't a joke. And I've never heard the commissioner and the governor up to now denounce that. They're waiting for me to bring it up to them. I understand what's going on here. So I realize, Mr. Speaker, that this government has been brought here for a reason. With this budget, we will help bring it out. They think we need money to get some of these things done. Watch some of these legislative changes that we're going to bring. And watch how much money they're going to bring in. And then we could do more things with the money. So, Mr. Speaker, I understand clearly that when people call for civil unrest, what they're saying is that they'll do anything to take you out of power. And they will work with anyone to do what they have to do to try to get you out of power. But what they do not understand is that I didn't come here with their permission. And I thank the people of the 1st District who, Lord, used to put me here. And it's a fight, because I'm not a regular premier. In terms of, I'm an unconventional one. We hold a party this Christmas out on the festival grounds, because last year when I held the premier's party, have the invitation, get sabotaged, they ain't get them to the people yet. One man find a batch over by the garbage pan, he bring by me. These are some of the things you got to work with, but I kept my mouth shut. And then I realized, wait, you're the premier for the whole territory, and you send out a little invitation here, there, and the other. So I said, let's hold it on the field, bring their mask, try social distance, give the children who won't have a gift otherwise get a gift, and let the people come and serenade. You don't need no invitation, come. And by God, by the time I'm done with that, you know when you do something good, because I get a WhatsApp from one person, said I just finished with a lady, and they said, oh my, how you have let down the post of premier. I tell her I let it down because I'm too big to get up on a high ladder, so I let it down to get onto it, to get up higher. So have a good night. Some of these people put these positions up on their head. Yes, you respect it, and you're going to respect the protocol, but you're here for the people. And when you exonerate yourself higher above the people, that's when you get in trouble. Sometimes I remind myself I'm the premier. Thank God I have a humble wife too. Not one want to go in our office and boss around my staff. She'll stay out of government business, mind her own business. Not one want to run along by the governor to try to get people out. They think I don't know what all they're doing. But I just leave them. Now and again I come here to say, because I want them to know that I understand what they're trying to do. And when we move DDM into the local government, there are those telling him, oh, you can't let that happen. Mind you, we're trying to build up our people, and we're using that ascension as a whip now. So that anytime it is not how they want it, they want to use them, not assenting to it. But we're going to come in here, we're going to change the laws of the DDM and put it towards the local government. If you want to fulfill Charter 73 of the United Nations, your duty is to help us get there, not to put things new in place to slow down our progress so that we become now needy. I have never seen a parent that loves its child not happy to see that they've grown up to take care of themselves and want to help them to go out and do great things. Never seen it. And I take small examples and use them for big situations, and this is the same. Records and archives belongs to the people, so it belongs to the local government. DDM disaster does not mean a national or state of emergency. A little oil spill is not a disaster. That is a national state of emergency. Help us because we're trying to help ourselves. And we're trying to do it respectful. But I have to let people know some of these things, Mr. Speaker, and there are more. But I'm waiting for these last couple of weeks to see what else is going to come out, and then I'll speak more. I said earlier when I was here speaking, somebody tell me, be careful what you're saying before they mash you up, before the UK mash you up. The UK is not interested in mashing up people. That's what people misunderstand. But there are few of them inside there. Because I have a lot of UK friends, but there are few who have gotten the wrong message about the OTs. At least these in the Caribbean. We are proud people. Help us, but don't keep talking about it. All people are the kind that if you give them a shot, and every time you see them, they ask them for the shot, they'll take the shot and throw it right back to your ear. They got to be bareback. We are proud people. You help me with $10 every time you meet me. Oh, God, thank God we invested the $10 into you. Man, I'll look for $20 and get it back to you. That's how we grow up. We don't turn back mentioning something all the time. So I ask all people to continue to educate yourself. We have the vaccine coming up. Minister of Health covered that already. We make it clear that it can't be mandatory. And you know, once the vaccine comes, we're going to see a lot of WhatsApp with all kind of story now, all kind of deficiencies and all kind of things. Once one good come bad, but it ain't that some of them would be untruth, you know. But we just pray God that those who take it, nothing happened to them. Because some people have theories, whether they're accurate or not, that may or may not be true. We pray God that it isn't. But you have to always be watchful. Because the old people say when they don't get mama and papa, then go for child. We have to be watchful and pray God guidance. I want to thank the people of the churches that pray for this territory. Not so much the government alone, but the territory. It means a lot. It's the one weapon that we have in this country that has kept us going and fighting off the enemy is a prayer. I attend a JMC meeting here someday. It starts without prayer. That's a joint ministerial council with all the OTs in the UK. It starts without prayer. When they finish our Indian night, we'll finish, I just hear we done, and bloop, 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 and you just hear the things gone off the line, and we gone. I said, look at that. Not a prayer to get in, not a prayer to get out. That's where the cultural difference comes in. We know about the power of prayer. And you see, when you don't respect a man's culture, there'll always be a barrier with the communication. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to see the people of the Virgin Islands through this budget here expand even to greater heights. And that's what this government is about. And I also want to thank my government members, all of them. You know, I told them that they're the best government that I've ever been in. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Sometimes we have our little bickering inside, but our family don't. I don't usually get into it. I just tell them, when I calm down, let me know. Even when it comes to me, I listen to them. You adjust where you have to adjust and you keep going. Because once you're together, you have different opinions, but we don't ever lose respect for each other. And what I like about it is these are common people doing uncommon things uncommonly well for the people of the Virgin Islands. Sometimes I hear people ask me about the at-large and what they're doing. I say, but you see, when you get programmed by those in the past making you think that they got to shine without their group, you feel that's how every government must be. But no matter what any one of us does, whether it's the premier with this budget, you can't do it without the at-large and the rest of the government. Whether it's the minister walks with any road, he cannot do it without the at-large and the rest of the government. Whether it's the minister of health, sometimes he have to explain certain things to us that I just sit down and leave him go back and forth because I can't help him when I tackle him. But when we come under agreement, he can't do it without the at-large, which he's won the rest of the government. But we've been programmed to have a mindset that once you're in a government, one person, in order for them to be known, they have to shine. But if you don't have the group working together, you're never going to achieve anything for the people. What we have done in the COVID-19 era says that we have a lot more work to do. But I congratulate you, my government members, every single member in here for what you have done. And Mr. Speaker, I expect this budget to be assented to. Because if not, Mr. Speaker, for that and the medicinal marijuana, I would have to go beyond the UK and go to the United Nations. Because I will not allow the power of ascension for something that is not violating constitutions or not doing anything that's illegal to continually be used with the power of ascension against us. I will fight it down to the last. It is not right. I don't care which government was in power. Thank you. It's not right. No one person should have that power. For this budget to pass tonight and going to committee stage, at least 7 persons have to pass it. For it to pass, to go to be assented to, at least 7 persons have to pass it. For every law that we bring in here, or any regulation, or anything that we have to pass, at least 7 persons have to pass it. And in any other parliament, the number may differ. But you're telling me that one human being after that can decide whether it goes or not, whether it's assented to or not, hold up economies. It cannot be anything about professionalism. It has to be personal. And then now telling us that with medicinal marijuana that we have to go to the foreign secretary and other persons in the UK to deal to finish this up. The first time that has ever happened. Mr. Speaker, I want our people to open their eyes. Not for Andrew Foy, open your eyes. And how they catch us, they mingle in with us, sing some carols and give us some gifts and say, oh, that's a nice chap. But that was happening from way back then. That's how they always capture us. And Mr. Speaker, I will end like the late Omar Hajj used to say, yea, though I walk through the valley of shadow of death, I'll fear no evil. For thou art with me, and thy rod and thy staff will comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of my enemies. Thou anointest my head, oil, my cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow the British Virgin Islands all the days of its life, and we shall dwell in the house of the Lord forever. I now commit this budget, the Constitution, to review everything that we're going to do to help the economy. I commit it to God, and I commit it to this house. Amen.
I thank the Minister of Finance for wrapping up the debate. Honourable members, the question before the House concerning the Appropriation Act 2021 has been moved and seconded. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the Minister of Finance.
Take my coat, here. Page 13. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I put out my little instrument. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do resolve itself in the committee stage of the whole House to consider the draft estimates of revenue expenditure for appropriation 2021 Act 2020 for the expenditure for the year for the Act 2020-2021.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second motion.
A motion has been moved and seconded that this House resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the draft estimate of revenue and expenditure for the year 2021. Those in favor? Those against? The motion passed. This House is now in committee.